Chapter 22. Don't. Yang Lingqing was like a cat on a hot tin roof as she screamed at the top of her lungs. Under such circumstances, if Long Chen killed by Sherdong, and if the Yang family's ancestor did not protect Long Chen, then Long Chen would definitely die. If the Yang family's ancestor wanted to protect Long Chen's life, then the Bai and Yang families would fight to the death. Thinking of the consequences, Yang Lingqing quivered in fear. However, she was extremely shocked that Long Chen had even used the 9th finger of the 9 fingers of the Wind Devil. The 9 fingers of the Wind Devil was the strongest cultivation technique in the Yang family apart from the Dragon Seal. Even if one reached the 7th level of the Dragon Vein realm, they might not be able to completely master the 9 fingers of the Wind Devil. Even Yang Wu had only mastered the 8th finger. Most importantly, Yang Lingqing knew that Long Chen had only obtained the 9 fingers of the Wind Devil a few days ago. In fact, the 9 fingers of the Wind Devil was something that Long Chen had practiced in the martial scripture hall after the clan meeting. During his battle with Yang Lingyue, he felt that this move was indeed not bad, so he practiced it while learning the Dragon Seal. Long Chen had only come into contact with a little bit of the mysteriousness of the mysterious Dragon Jade. However, this little bit had already benefited him immensely. Long Chen was a miraculous person, and Yang Lingqing was completely convinced by him. However, now was not the time to be emotional. Seeing that Long Chen was about to poke Bai Sherdong to death with 1 finger, and that Bai Sherdong was so scared that he was about to pee, the crowd exclaimed in shock. At this moment, the fiendish aura of Long Chen, who was originally like a demon, disappeared without a trace in an instant. The monstrous power of the 9th finger of the 9 fingers of the Wind Devil was withdrawn in an instant, and the huge aura disappeared in an instant. Long Chen acted as if nothing had happened, and lightly floated past Bai Sherdong. He turned around and kicked the ladders but, sending Bai Sherdong flying and falling flat on his face. Such a change caused everyone around him to stare at him with their mouths agape. There was complete silence. Long Chen leisurely walked to Yang Lingqing's side and looked at her blankly staring at him. He said, "Although I know I'm very handsome, you don't have to be so engrossed in it, right? You should know that we are cousins. Don't you dare have any ideas about me." As he spoke, he smiled proudly. At this time, Bai Zhixing and Bai Sherdong gradually climbed up from the ground. One of them had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, while the other had tears flowing from his crotch. Both of them stared blankly at Long Chen. Their previous arrogance had all turned into fear, especially Bai Sherdong. Although he wasn't injured, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. At this moment, he was looking at Long Chen like a mouse seeing a cat. He didn't expect that he would be so humiliated. Long Chen smiled at him because he was very grateful to him for bringing the Dream Lingji out. What Bai Sherdong didn't know was that his Dream Lingji was already in Long Chen's hands. "I hope you won't commit suicide like that idiot Yang Zhan." At this moment, everyone else stared at Long Chen in a daze. Their impression of him had once again taken a 180-degree turn. In their hearts, Long Chen was a true young expert in Biyao town. The 2 middle-aged men's expressions were extremely solemn. They looked at Long Chen with admiration and said, "To be able to use the last finger of the Yang family's 9 Wind Devil fingers at this realm, and even be able to control it freely, this young man is definitely a genius among geniuses, among the younger generation of Biyao town. Apart from the 3 youths in the 7th layer of the Dragon Vein realm, he is the most powerful. Moreover, he is 4 or 5 years younger than them. This child's future is limitless. It's a pity that we thought he was just a spoiled brat. We didn't expect him to hide so deeply. His talent is extraordinary, and he knows how to endure." The 2 middle-aged men knew how great Long Chen's future was. They smiled bitterly at each other and said, "In the future, when he comes to our shop, I'll sell the items to him at a 30% discount." Long Chen didn't know what the 2 middle-aged men were talking about. He had already obtained the Dream Lingji, so of course he wanted to leave as soon as possible. Taking advantage of the fact that the onlookers hadn't completely woken up yet, this was the best time. However, just as he was holding Yang Lingqing's hand and turning around, a cold male voice suddenly came from behind him. "You. Do you want to leave just like that?" Long Chen turned around. Under the escort of a group of family guards, the handsome Bai Shiji walked over. He stared at Long Chen with a gloomy gaze, and the seventh layer of true qi on his body was completely revealed. Turning his head to look at Bai Zhixing and Bai Shidong's miserable state, Bai Shiji said coldly, "Two pieces of trash, you've completely lost the face of my Bai family. Men, carry these two pieces of trash away." The guards behind him hurriedly agreed, and Bai Shidong and Bai Zhixing didn't dare to stay here any longer. After sending them away, Bai Shiji looked at Long Chen, sized him up for a while, and then said indifferently, "Because of the restrictions of the two patriarchs, there is almost no conflict between the younger generation of our two families. However, today, you started this by publicly beating and humiliating my Bai family's people. As a member of the Bai family, I can only let you stay today. If you dare to deal with my Bai family's people, you must be prepared to pay the same price." Before Bai Shiji could finish, Long Chen interrupted him with a laugh, and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I can't understand what you're saying. What do you mean by the same price? Sir, can you please speak in human language?" Long Chen, sir, was imitating the tone of a brothel girl. His voice was a little shrill, and adding on his expression and movements, he imitated it extremely well, causing the surrounding people to burst out in laughter. Yang Lingqing also temporarily forgot about Bai Shiji's threat. She was so angry that her face turned green and red, and she fiercely pinched Long Chen's arm a few times. Bai Shiji's face couldn't help but twitch. Being teased by Long Chen like this, even though he wanted to maintain his image as an elegant young master, he couldn't help but have a frosty expression as he coldly said, "You injured Bai Zhixing's finger, I'll return it to you. I'll let you see what a real finger technique is." Hearing Bai Shiji's words, Yang Lingqing was immediately shocked. She hurriedly grabbed Long Chen's arm and said, "He wants to use the nether insight finger. This is a high-level yellow-ranked battle skill, let's run first." Long Chen looked at Bai Shiji indifferently and said, "You go out first, I'll deal with him." Yang Lingqing immediately became anxious and begged, "Chen. Brother, can't I call you Chen? Listen to me this time. You don't have to compete with him when you're not his match. If your internal organs are injured, your losses will be great." Although Yang Lingqing spoke anxiously, Long Chen was still unmoved. He looked at Bai Shiji indifferently, not moving at all. "Bai Shiji. If you weren't Bai Zhanxiong's son, I might have escaped today, but you are. Even if I die, I definitely won't escape in front of you." Yang Lingqing did not know that Long Chen was determined. She was so anxious that she almost cried. At this time, Lingxi, who was beside Long Chen's ear, also said, "I think you should leave first. You are indeed not his match right now. After I refine the Dream Lingji and help you remove the restriction, it won't be too late to deal with him at the demonic hunting competition." Long Chen actually knew his limits, but it was as if his feet were nailed to the ground, unable to move even half a step. When Bai Shiji saw that Long Chen was not afraid of death, he immediately sneered and walked towards Long Chen step by step. The people behind Long Chen all retreated, only Yang Lingqing was still at the side. Bai Shiji is obviously angry. This brat was in the limelight just now, but now that he has met a true expert, it is indeed a tragedy. He's 4 years younger. It's already not easy for him to dare to confront Bai Shiji like this. If he was given another 4 years, I bet that Bai Shiji would definitely not be his match. The discussions of the people beside him made Bai Shiji even angrier. His innate qi of the 7th level of the Dragon Vein realm immediately pressed down on Long Chen's body. That huge aura was like a wave that surged towards Long Chen, but Long Chen's feet were still nailed to the ground, and his body did not even retreat half a step. The 7th level of the Dragon Vein realm is indeed 10 times stronger than the 6th level of the Dragon Vein realm. No wonder when I faced Yang Yuntian, I didn't even have the strength to fight back. When Bai Shiji saw that Long Chen was not forced to retreat even half a step, he was slightly surprised. However, he sneered and said, "Do you want to die?" I'll let you have a taste of the netherworld heavenly finger, then you will know what regret is. His other fingers clenched into a fist, and his index finger hung down. The innate chi in his body exploded, and a weak black light began to condense on his index finger. Although it was weak, the power it contained was 10 times stronger than Long Chen's 9-finger heaven and earth. Is this the Bai family's netherworld heavenly finger? As expected, its penetrative power is shocking. It has the reputation of being able to pierce through heaven and earth. When Yang Lingqing saw this scene, tears were already welling up in her eyes. However, Long Chen's stubbornness was clearly beyond her imagination. Even Lingxi could not persuade him. Bai Shiji and Long Chen looked at each other with gloomy eyes. He also admitted that he admired Long Chen for being able to reach his current realm, but now that he had fallen into his hands, he would not show mercy. The explosive power was concentrated on Bai Shiji's netherworld heavenly finger. He gently raised his finger and was about to make his move. Long Chen's gaze focused. He also mobilized the innate chi in his body, preparing to use his strongest move, the Azure Dragon Seal. That's right, since he was able to spare time to learn the 9 Wind Devil Fingers, it was because he had already completely grasped the Azure Dragon Seal. He was even more proficient than the other party's netherworld heavenly finger. However, Long Chen knew that his chances were not high. This was because his innate chi was more than 20 times weaker than his opponent's. Furthermore, his previous advantage, the astral battle body, was no longer any advantage against the 7th level of the Dragon Vein realm. What Long Chen wanted to win was only his personal pride and unyielding soul. The two auras continued to rise, and everyone watched the tense scene without blinking. They were very surprised that Long Chen still dared to confront Bai Shiji. The two middle-aged men from before were also looking at Long Chen. One of them said, "Did you feel it? The faint aura of the dragon seal is coming from his body. If my guess is correct, this little guy has already started to train in the dragon seal. He might even have some achievements. In the clan gathering, he just obtained the dragon seal. To have such achievements while at the 6th level of the Dragon Vein realm, even though this little guy lost, it's still honorable. They're really going to fight." Facing the powerful pressure from Bai Shiji, Long Chen only bit his lips. "Dad, it's not that I'm reckless, it's just that this spine of mine is completely out of my control, it's nailed here. How can I, Long Chen, take even half a step back?" At this moment, a female voice sounded out. "Century. Why are you fighting with others in the warrior's market?" Chapter 23. With just a glance, Long Chen could tell who it was. Yang Xueqing. When he heard Yang Xueqing's voice, Bai Shiji was startled. Then, he glared hatefully at Long Chen. Only then did the netherworld paradise finger in his hand slowly dissipate. As for Long Chen, he did not use the Azure Dragon seal again. "And, we're here." Hearing Yang Xueqing's voice, Yang Lingqing, who was crying like a tearful person, heaved a sigh of relief and cried out in surprise. Originally, Yang Xueqing had only seen Bai Shiji first. She looked at Bai Shiji with concern, but when she heard Yang Lingqing's voice, she suddenly saw that the person confronting Bai Shiji was actually Long Chen. Her originally gentle gaze immediately turned cold. Long Chen also sneered. He admired this woman's ability to change her face. However, the sad thing was that she had a gentle expression when she saw someone else's son, but when she met her own son, her face was as cold as ice. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to endure this kind of feeling. He also didn't want to see Yang Xueqing express his concern for Bai Shiji here, so when Yang Xueqing appeared, he walked out as if nothing had happened. "Halt!" Yang Xueqing's ice-cold voice stopped beside his ear. Long Chen turned his head and asked, "I wonder why Madame Bai is looking for me? Could it be because I injured 2 pieces of trash from the Bai family just now?" "That's right, I was the one who injured those 2 pieces of trash. May I ask what you want to do with me now?" Long Chen's words caused Yang Lingqing, who was originally a little excited because of Yang Xueqing's arrival, to become a deflated balloon. She stared blankly at Long Chen, then at Yang Xueqing, who had a gloomy expression on her face. The attack in Long Chen's words also made it hard for Yang Xueqing to breathe. Long Chen didn't give her any face in public. Especially when she saw his indifferent attitude, she became even angrier. However, she knew that her reputation in Biyao town was already not very good because she was going to remarry. If she did anything to Long Chen here, it would inevitably cause gossip. This would not be a good thing for both the Biyao and Biyao families. Thus, Yang Xueqing pretended not to hear Long Chen's words, and turned to Bai Shiji. Shiji, for today's matter, I will first apologize to you and the Bai family. Is it true that he injured someone from the Bai family? Bai Shiji nodded his head and said, he did injure Ji Xing and Shi Dong. I was just about to persuade him to not cause any more trouble for the sake of the friendship between the two families, but I didn't expect you to appear. Aunt Yang, Century trusts you. You can bring him back. Seeing this sensible child, Yang Xueqing was extremely satisfied. Furthermore, Bai Shiji had done well in his cultivation. Reaching the 7th level of the Dragon Vein realm at the age of 20 was an extraordinary achievement. Thus, she nodded her head and said, send my regards to your father. I will definitely visit him to apologize for today's matter another day. Now, I'll be leaving first. Aunt Yang, take care. Long Chen looked at the two of them putting on an act, and couldn't help but feel disgusted in his heart. With Yang Xueqing's sudden appearance, today's matter was settled just like that. However, Bai Shiji's powerful strength and the pressure he gave, as well as the threat of the netherworld heavenly finger, were firmly engraved in Long Chen's heart. I didn't find a way to deal with the netherworld heavenly finger. If I met him at the demon hunting competition, would have died without a doubt if there weren't so many people watching. Yang Xueqing and Bai Shiji's intimate attitude caused Long Chen to be filled with anger. He suddenly thought of this point. The demon hunting competition and their wedding are on the same day. If I kill Bai Shiji, the Bai family will have to hold a funeral. It would be strange if they can still get married. In the past 3 days, Long Chen had been at a loss as to how to deal with it. He wanted to cause a ruckus at the wedding and stop them from getting married, but it was clear that his current strength was far from enough. Not to mention that the Bai family would deal with him. The Yang family would also get rid of this disgraceful thing. That time, Long Chen had personally seen Bai Zhanxiong kidnap the women of the Jadeite Jade Pavilion. He had followed them, only to discover that Bai Zhanxiong had actually used these women to make a deal with a group of people with a red dot between their eyebrows. He had told Yang Xueqing about it last time, but Yang Xueqing didn't believe him. Long Chen had always felt that the Bai family was a little strange. If Yang Xueqing really married them, he didn't know what the result would be. And now, he finally thought of a solution. He coldly looked at Bai Shiji, who was politely talking to Yang Xueqing. The only way is to kill Bai Shiji. I will cripple one of his sons and then kill the other. Will the two of them still be able to get married? The best time to kill Bai Shiji was, of course, the demon hunting competition. However, in order to achieve this goal, Long Chen still needed to make a huge breakthrough. And the dream Lingji that he had just obtained was the key. With a plan in mind, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to stay here any longer. Seeing that Long Chen had actually left first, Yang Lingqing hurriedly followed him out. At this time, Yang Xueqing had just finished speaking with Bai Shiji. Although she looked kind, her heart was already filled with anger. With so many people watching, it was not good for her to chase after him, but she knew that after Long Chen humiliated her like this, she would definitely not let him off easy when she returned to the Yang family. I helped you stop Bai Shiji, which can be considered to have saved your life. However, you actually don't know how to repay my kindness, and even made me lose face. You have truly disappointed me. You don't have enough strength, but your heart is as high as the heavens. Do you think you can defeat anyone? Is Bai Shiji someone you can fight against? Seeing Yang Xueqing's ice-cold face, no one dared to approach. After walking out of the warrior's market, Yang Xueqing actually saw Yang Lingqing waiting here. She glanced behind Yang Lingqing and asked indifferently, "Where is he?" Yang Lingqing was a little nervous, and said, "Chen." When Big Brother just came out, he met someone, and then he told me to go home first, and then he chased after him. I don't know either. Chasing after someone? Yang Shueqing was startled, then she sneered, it's just an excuse, he's just afraid that I'll punish him, yet he actually used such a childish method. The people of the Long family are really good at trickery. Yang Lingqing bit her lips, wanting to say something but hesitating. She had indeed seen Long Chen chase after a person, and the man had immediately run away. When it came to Yang Shueqing, it became a lie. She originally wanted to argue, but when she thought of the complicated relationship between Long Chen and Yang Shueqing, she tactfully stopped talking. After walking a few steps, Yang Shueqing suddenly said, "Little Qinger, tell me what happened today in detail." When Yang Lingqing heard that she finally had a chance to defend Long Chen, she obediently told Yang Shueqing everything that had happened. She wished to see Yang Shueqing's ice-cold face disappear, and praise Long Chen a little. However, she didn't expect that after Yang Shueqing finished listening, she would expressionlessly say, "Oh? Can he defeat two people at the 6th level of the Dragon Vein stage? But facing the 7th level, isn't he still powerless to fight back?" Yang Lingqing looked at Yang Shueqing's departing figure and pursed her lips. She suddenly understood why Long Chen did not take a single step back when facing Bai Shiji. After rushing through a few streets, Long Chen suddenly grabbed the back of the neck of the person running in front of him, shattering the saber that was attacking him, and slammed him into a latrine. Immediately, a stench assaulted his nostrils, and Long Chen's huge strength slammed him into the wall. The other party's face was filled with shock, and he could not move at all. Previously, when he came out of the warrior's market, Long Chen had brushed past this person. This person was carrying a saber on his back. At that time, Long Chen did not pay much attention to him, but he suddenly remembered that the person who tried to assassinate him also used a saber, and was also at the 2nd level of the Dragon Vein stage. His physique was also similar, so he wanted to test him. He didn't expect that just as he was about to chase after him, this person would have a guilty conscience and run away. Only then did Long Chen confirm that this person was indeed the murderer. After chasing for a short period of time, Long Chen finally managed to bring this guy here. He said in a low voice, "I won't talk nonsense with you. Tell me the person who ordered you to kill me, or else, die." When Long Chen suddenly became so powerful, the murderer had already lost all hope. However, when he heard that there was still room for negotiation, he hurriedly said, "If I tell you, I won't die?" Long Chen nodded and said, "But you will have to leave Biyao town from now on." This was exactly what the murderer wanted. He said straightforwardly, "It's very simple, by clan, by Zhanxiong." Long Chen was surprised by two things. First, he was surprised that this person actually said it so straightforwardly, and second, it was by Zhanxiong. "It's just to marry my mother, is there a need to assassinate me at that time?" Long Chen couldn't figure it out. At this time, the murderer said, "I'm not lying to you. The reason why I'm telling you is because I also hate him. He promised to let my daughter go after I succeeded, but my daughter was already killed by him. I'm still in Biyao town because I want to see if there's a chance for revenge." When Long Chen saw this person's eyes gradually turning red when he talked about Bai Zhanxiong, he thought that this was not a lie. Moreover, it didn't matter who the murderer was anymore. If it was Bai Zhanxiong, then it was perfect because Long Chen wanted to deal with him anyway. Letting go of his hand, Long Chen looked at him and smiled, "You almost took my life. Today, you are in my hands. I've already promised not to kill you, so I'll let you eat shit." After saying that, before the murderer could react, Long Chen pushed him into the latrine pit. Immediately, there was a splash, and water splashed everywhere. Long Chen quickly left, thinking, "That was close, luckily I was fast enough." At this time, the sun had already set. "Shao Shi, let's go to the barren mountain." Lingxi was startled and asked, "Why? Are you afraid that your mother will beat you?" "Don't be afraid, as long as I refine the dream Lingxi, I can protect you. I won't let that woman hurt you anymore." Long Chen smiled, "What do you know, little girl? I'm not afraid of her. But there are many people in the Yang clan. If you want to refine the dream Lingji and see what secrets the dragon seal has, it's not convenient to stay in the Yang clan. I see. Then let's go, there's finally something delicious to eat. Although Lingxi's voice was weak, her tone revealed her excitement. Something to eat? Yes. You don't know, but after I became like this, I haven't eaten anything. I found some spiritual medicine before, and they tasted pretty good. Long Chen was happy to hear this girl speak, but he felt a little sad in his heart. She couldn't eat and could only taste food with spirit herbs. For a little girl who grew up in happiness, he knew how difficult it was. Xiao Shi, One day, I will let you eat real food. Really? I'm a big eater, and it's not easy to feed me. Even now, I'm still a big eater. This dream Lingji isn't even enough for me, so you must work hard. Yes. This lowly one obeys. Chapter 24. When night fell, Long Chen had already arrived at the foot of the desolate mountain. The desolate mountain was a huge mountain range to the east of Bei's village. It stretched for thousands of miles, poisonous insects and demonic beasts were everywhere. It was a famous dangerous place. And the desolate beast region that Long Chen had entered before was actually in the depths of the desolate mountain. Different from the desolate beast region, the desolate mountain was covered in forests. The lush foliage almost covered the entire sky. At this time, it was completely silent. Long Chen entered the desolate mountain alone, as if he was looking for a quiet and safe place. The desolate mountain was remote and rarely visited by humans. There were many naturally formed caves in the mountain. Most of them had become the residences of demonic beasts or wild beasts, but there were still some empty spaces. Long Chen found an extremely secluded cave entrance in the darkness of the night. He let Ling Shi check it out and found that there were only a few small yellow tier second-rank demonic beasts inside. Long Chen then went in and threw them out. After cleaning up the place, he moved a huge rock over to block the cave entrance. This place is very hidden and absolutely safe. Alright, Xiao Shi, you can refine the dream Lingji here. As he spoke, Long Chen had already taken out the dream Lingji. It was a purple type of Lingji that emitted a special fragrance. When Long Chen smelled it, he felt calm and comfortable. It's a spiritual medicine that nourishes the soul. It has a great effect on calming the mind. After consuming it, it can increase one's comprehension to a certain extent. This is also the reason why that person brought the dream Lingji with him. Lingxi's voice sounded softly. Long Chen rummaged through Bai Shidong's money pouch and snickered. This brat still brought over 80 spiritual jades. But I got lucky. Not only did I not spend any money, I even made a profit today. Long Chen looked like a petty person intoxicated with success. Lingxi wanted to slap him when she saw this, but she was helpless because she didn't have a hand. However, the fragrance of the dream Lingji mushroom was everywhere, and it might attract some demonic beasts. Without saying anything else, she used her methods to refine the dream Lingji mushroom. Long Chen saw that the Lingxi sword on his ear was placed on the ground. Then, a white mist came out of the sword and wrapped around the dream Lingji. With a sizzling sound, the mist gradually shrank until it disappeared. When the last wisp of fog disappeared, Lingxi's voice could be heard. Compared to before, it was much clearer. Scoundrel, I have a surprise for you. Do you want it? Long Chen's whole body went numb when she called him a scoundrel. He laughed mischievously and said, "It's a waste not to have a surprise. You're not sincere, humph. Alright, don't keep me guessing. Hurry up, I'm waiting to enjoy your surprise." Lingxi, on the other hand, did not move. At this time, Lingxi's sword shrunk to the size of a centimeter-long stud and pierced into Long Chen's ear. "Chick, is this the surprise you were talking about?" "Don't be anxious." Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Long Chen's ear. Long Chen was startled, because there was a gentle breath blowing on his cheek. He turned his head to look, and was immediately startled. Because when he turned his head, the woman who appeared had her nose basically touching his. A fragrance assailed his nostrils, but it was not as charming as he had imagined. Because the one whose nose was touching Long Chen's was a small person who was only 2 centimeters tall. She was shrouded in mist, but she was only 2 centimeters tall. Long Chen could already see her beautiful jade-like face. If this 2 centimeters were to be enlarged, she would definitely be a super calamitous fairy. After being hit by Long Chen's nose, Lingxi, who was shrouded in white mist, flew around like a little elf. She was a little dissatisfied and said, "Scoundrel, you're hurting me." At this time, Long Chen looked at this super pocket-sized fairy, and he was already speechless. In fact, he was thinking in his heart, if he could make Lingxi bigger, if he could give her a physical body, how wonderful would that be? Seeing that Long Chen did not speak, Lingxi's cheeks gradually puffed up. She squinted her eyes and said angrily, "Hey, why don't you say something? Is it okay for me to come out like this?" This cute appearance made Long Chen's bones go soft. He had seen many beauties in the past, and the girls of the Yang family were all as beautiful as fairies. But when it came to the level of Lingxi, whose face, figure, and temperament were all first class, he really had not seen one before. However, he quickly came to his senses and said exaggeratedly, "Little Shi, you are simply the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. You are basically at the level of a fairy." Being praised by Long Chen, Lingxi's face blushed. Although she was a spirit body, but the performance when she had a physical body had long been imprinted in her soul. So basically, in Long Chen's eyes, although she was shrouded in fog, she was no different from a real person. "Oh yes, can you maintain this form forever?" Lingxi nodded and said, "This is also a method that I thought of recently. In the past, when such a big body appeared, the power of my spirit would be greatly depleted. But in this case, it is less than 1,000th. I keep talking to you, but you don't look at me, so I feel very uncomfortable in my heart, so I thought of this method." Long Chen knew that girls were actually afraid of being neglected, so it was normal for Lingxi to think this way. Flying back and forth in front of Long Chen, Lingxi was as happy as a little angel. After a while, she finally stopped, and her face was a little gloomy. She said, "This dream Ganoderma, it is probably only enough for me to exist like this for about a month or two." Seeing that she was a little disappointed, Long Chen's heart ached a little, and he hurriedly said, "Silly girl, what are you worrying about? Today, I can get you the dream Ganoderma. In the future, when I become stronger, I will have all the medicines that can nourish the spirit." "What? Do you think this medicine is cabbage?" "Because it's also useful for people with high cultivation, it's very popular even in larger places." Lingxi sat quietly on Long Chen's shoulder. Long Chen's eyes were filled with strong confidence. He said, "All right, don't sigh. You only have a few days left, and I can solve it, not to mention the remaining 1 or 2 months. After the monster hunting competition is over, I will specially find this kind of medicine for you. I will have as many as you want." Lingxi's eyes lit up, and she happily looked at Long Chen. She said, "Really? Why are you so good to me?" "Because we are the best of friends," Long Chen said seriously. Long Chen's words made Lingxi very satisfied, and she happily flew back and forth. Long Chen was also in a very good mood. Thinking of the dragon seal, he asked, "Little Shi, do you know what a dragon warrior is?" Lingxi stopped, and a pair of big eyes blinked as she looked at him. She asked, "Hey, how do you know this legend?" Long Chen was a little excited. As expected of someone from a big place, Lingxi knew things that basically no one in Biyao town knew. "Don't worry about how I know, just tell me what you know. If you want to know about dragon warriors, then let me ask you, do you know about soldier warriors and beast warriors?" "I vaguely know that dragon warriors are a type of beast warriors, but they are not the same." "I do know about beast warriors." Long Chen recalled the content recorded in a book, and then said, "According to legend, after a warrior finishes tempering and enters the dragon vein realm, he can use a secret method to devour the soul of a demon beast and use it as the source beast soul. From then on, the true chi will turn into beast soul true chi. Compared to ordinary true chi, beast soul true chi is more ruthless, more powerful, and has all kinds of methods of the demon beast soul. Moreover, beast warriors can also devour demon cores to cultivate, and use the demon beast transformation, advancing rapidly. The strength of a demon beast is closely related to the talent and strength of the beast warrior. However, after becoming a beast warrior, there is a limit to the cultivation method that can be practiced. If the weak devour the powerful beast's soul, it may lead to death. Lingxi nodded and said, "Well, that's about it." She stopped in front of Long Chen, and tilted her head to recall the things she remembered before. "I think you also know that we humans are the descendants of the primordial divine dragon, and today, the primordial divine dragon has become a legend. My father told me that there are no longer dragons in this world, and the legendary dragon warriors are a group of people who are close to the primordial divine dragon. Their cultivation method is similar to beast warriors, but what they need is not beast souls, but the true inherited blood essence of the primordial divine dragon." When the words inherited blood essence came out, Long Chen actually felt the mysterious dragon jade tremble again. Long Chen was also very shocked, and quickly said, "In other words, if you obtain the inherited blood essence, you can become a dragon warrior?" Lingxi rolled her eyes and said, "How would I know? However, there has always been a legend that in the same level, soldier warriors are generally stronger than beast warriors, and beast warriors are stronger than ordinary warriors. However, dragon warriors are much more powerful than soldier warriors, because they are a group of people who awakened the ancient bloodline of the dragons. According to legend, they can use the primordial divine dragon's magical power that can destroy heaven and earth. However, today, dragon warriors have become a legend, so I don't know whether they are really powerful or not." Although Lingxi did not know much, from her words, Long Chen still understood how heaven-defying the existence of dragon warriors was. From this, Long Chen also knew that Long Qinglan would make Long Chen a dragon warrior. Now that he knew more, Long Qinglan's status was even higher than Lingxi's. Lingxi said that dragon warriors were a legend, but Long Qinglan made Long Chen a dragon warrior. The difference between the two was obvious. "Dad, who exactly are you?" Lingxi knows so much, so her background is quite extraordinary, but you know even more. "But what does this mysterious dragon jade have to do with the Yang family's dragon seal manual and the dragon's blood essence?" Lingxi looked at Long Chen curiously, not knowing what he was thinking. To Long Chen, Long Qinglan was simply a mystery. Long Chen couldn't figure it out, but then he remembered that Lingxi had said that she wanted to try the restrictions on the dragon seal, so he took out the dragon seal and placed it on the ground. "Little Shi, why don't you give it a try? Let's see if you can undo the restrictions." Lingxi immediately became excited and said proudly, "Kid, you don't know. Although I don't cultivate hard, I am an expert in breaking restrictions, especially the more complicated the restriction, the more fighting spirit I have. So leave this matter to me today, I guarantee you 100% success rate." This little girl looked very energetic, so Long Chen said, "Don't brag, hurry up and break it. If you break it, I will reward you." Lingxi's face turned red, and she snorted. Her petite body slowly landed on the dragon's seal manual, and after a while, her extremely small brows furrowed, looking very cute. Chapter 25. After a long while, Lingxi suddenly seemed to be tired. She sat directly on the dragon's seal manual, her eyes rolling back and forth. She was still thinking about how to undo the restriction. "Little Shi, how is it?" Long Chen asked expectantly. It had been an hour since Lingxi started studying the restriction. Long Chen himself was quite anxious. After all, the secret of the dragon seal was related to Long Qinglan's entrustment, and it was also the key to him becoming a dragon warrior. "Bastard, you interrupted me." Lingxi glared at him, but she wasn't really angry. "Just nice, you can rest for a while. Seeing you tired makes big brother's heart ache. By the way, can you tell me what restriction is? You've always mentioned it these days, but you've never told me." Seeing Long Chen's curious expression, Lingxi finally had the chance to show off. She said proudly, "Restriction is a method of skillfully using true qi to set up a certain formation. Warriors like you who only know how to fight don't understand such meticulous work. Setting up a restriction is easy, such as embroidery, while undoing a restriction is easy, such as finding the end of the thread and undoing the repaired product step by step. However, the difficulty of undoing a restriction is much harder than undoing embroidery. Because even finding the key point is very difficult, if one step is wrong, you'll have to start all over again. Only then did Long Chen understand what was going on. However, Ling Shi, this silly girl, actually knew about this. He immediately had a whole new level of respect for her. Seeing Long Chen's shocked expression, Ling Shi knew what he was thinking, and immediately pouted in anger. Don't look down on me. I've said before, although I, Ling Shi, don't work hard at cultivation, I'm a super expert in restriction. In terms of achievement and status in this area, I'm higher than my father, and even everyone else. Long Chen believed her in his heart, but he pretended to be indifferent. Is that so? Then why hasn't the seal been broken yet? Ling Shi immediately became anxious and said, do you think you're eating? Moreover, the restrictive spell on this thing is quite ancient, and I've never heard of it before. Moreover, I don't have any experience in undoing it. That's why I need some time. Wait for another 2 hours, and I promise I'll finish it for you. Being looked down upon by Long Chen, Ling Shi immediately became anxious and immediately threw herself back into her work. On the other hand, Long Chen secretly snickered at the side. This girl is so gullible. I definitely won't let her slip away in the future. After all, as long as she's here, if I encounter a treasure with a restriction laid on it in the future, wouldn't it be easy to capture it? Thanks to Ling Xi's efforts, after only half an hour, Long Chen sensed a mysterious tiny light formation floating above the dragon seal. Ling Shi was currently busying herself on this light formation. What surprised Long Chen was that at this moment, there was actually an ancient and dignified aura faintly emanating from the light formation. There was even a faint smell of blood in it. This mixed aura was getting stronger and stronger. Long Chen felt his heartbeat quicken. That ancient and desolate feeling actually made him want to kneel down. The smell of blood also made his eyes start to turn red. Although there was no opponent here, the murderous aura on his body slowly increased. Long Chen was extremely shocked. This was just a weak aura, but the secret of the dragon seal was already able to affect his mind. Moreover, this was something that Long Qinglan valued. Given Long Qinglan's mysterious identity, how could something that he valued be simple? Long Chen, you have to be careful. It's about time, Ling Xi's voice drifted over faintly. Hearing her voice, Long Chen woke up a little. However, the aura coming from the light formation was getting thicker and thicker, and the smell of blood was filling the entire cave. Long Chen's eyes were also gradually turning red. Many illusions appeared in his vision. He clenched his fists so tightly that his veins popped out. His entire body started to tremble slowly. It was clear that he was doing his best to control himself. Ling Xi had reached the most crucial point. She was wholeheartedly carrying out the final step, so she obviously couldn't see Long Chen's abnormal state. What exactly is the secret of the dragon seal? Why do I feel like I can't control my body right now? But my father definitely won't harm me. Long Chen, you have to bear with it. Don't let your mind be clouded by it. Thinking of his father, Long Chen felt as if he had something to rely on. The ancient and bloody aura from the light formation constantly surged towards his body. However, Long Chen fiercely bit his lips until blood came out. Only then did the pain stimulate his mind and wake him up a little. Get ready, it's about to open. I also don't know what will happen. Faintly, Ling Xi's voice once again drifted over. At this time, the ancient and bloody aura in the cave had already gradually dyed the air red. Suddenly, with a ding, the light formation turned into powder in front of Ling Xi. Ling Xi also seemed to be tired and instantly returned to Ling Xi's sword. Only Long Chen and the gradually changing dragon seal's secret manual were left in the cave. In Long Chen's shocked field of vision, the originally parchment material of the dragon seal's secret manual was actually slowly covered in blood, until it completely turned blood red. At this time, the desolate and bloody aura had already risen to the extreme. Under this aura, Long Chen's face was deathly pale and his entire body was trembling. This aura was only strangely concentrated in this cave. In the great barren mountain, it was still quiet and peaceful. Lin. Long Chen, what exactly is this? I'm so scared, it's like I'm going to be eaten at any time, Lingxi's trembling voice rang in his ear. At this time, Long Chen's heart was also very nervous. The only thing he firmly believed was that his father would definitely not harm him. Don't be afraid. Thinking of his father, even though he was in such a terrifying situation, Long Chen's fighting spirit was still surging. Come on. I don't care what you are. As if it had heard Long Chen's words, at this time, a blurry image appeared on the Dragon's Seal secret manual. Long Chen could only vaguely see what seemed to be a divine dragon from ancient legends. Area E. The dragon is the length of a scale worm. Wang Fu said that it had 9 similarities: head like a cow, horns like a deer, eyes like a prawn, ears like an elephant, neck like a snake, abdomen like a snake, scales like a fish, claws like a phoenix, palms like a tiger. There were 81 scales on its back, with 9 by 9 yang numbers. Its voice was like a copper plate. There was a beard beside its mouth, a pearl under its chin, and a reverse scale under its throat. There was a mountain above its head, also known as the ruler wood. Without the ruler wood, a dragon could not ascend to heaven. Exhaling to form clouds, it could change water, and it could also change fire. What Long Chen saw was such a divine dragon. But this divine dragon disappeared in a flash, and the blood color on the Dragon's Seal secret manual began to converge, finally condensing into a point, condensing into a drop of deep red blood, floating in front of Long Chen's eyes. This drop of blood contained an aura that made Long Chen's entire body tremble uncontrollably. The desolate and bloody aura that he felt previously had increased by thousands of times. Long Chen instantly felt that his head was about to explode. He screamed, his eyes wide open. Seeing such a scene, Lingxi was even more frightened to the point of screaming. Long Chen could vaguely see that within this drop of blood, there seemed to be another incomparably vast world. That world was filled with endless blood colors, a blood-red sky, and a blood-red sea. Long Chen knew that even if he killed the entire human race, he would probably not be able to gather so much blood. And at this time, Long Chen seemed to be in this blood sea. He looked fearfully at this endless blood sea. This blood sea was constantly tumbling, as if there was a huge creature hiding beneath it. It was so huge that it could completely fill up this blood sea. Long Chen flew into the endless sky, trembling as he looked at the blood sea below him. In the endless blood sea, there was a shadow that was so huge that Long Chen could not imagine it. This shadow was coiled up, and from the looks of it, it should be a dragon. At this time, the entire blood sea began to riot. The huge shadow in the blood sea began to slowly raise its head, and a dragon's roar suddenly crossed the boundaries of time and space, blasting violently at Long Chen's ear. Long Chen immediately opened his eyes. He was surprised to find that he was still in this cave, and the drop of red blood in front of him was still floating in front of him. Within this drop of blood, there was actually a dragon tumbling and roaring angrily. That appearance set off raging waves in Long Chen's heart. Dad, what the hell is this? I've only heard of legends about blue dragons, red dragons, and even 5-clawed golden dragons. However, I've never heard of such a blood-colored dragon. Is this the legendary ghost shadow blood-killing dragon? No, it definitely isn't. Lingxi's voice also rang in Long Chen's ear. While Long Chen was still in shock, that drop of blood instantly integrated into the space between Long Chen's eyebrows and seeped in at lightning speed. Long Chen suddenly felt a cold and sinister aura spreading throughout his body. That terrifying aura was something that Long Chen had no way of resisting. In the face of this drop of blood, his strength was simply too weak. If it weren't for the fact that the drop of blood had no intention of killing him, Long Chen would have already died without a corpse left. That drop of blood was like poison, spreading rapidly throughout his body. At that moment, Longchen felt the taste of death. He also knew that this drop of blood was definitely too high level for him. Therefore, even if it didn't intend to kill Longchen would still die because of it. As the drop of blood entered his body, Longchen suddenly thought of something. Long Qinglan allowed him to obtain the dragon seal, but he didn't say that he had to become a dragon warrior now. If not for Lingxi's appearance, Longchen wouldn't have the ability to undo that restriction. When Longchen was able to come into contact with someone who could undo this restriction, Long Qinglan felt that Longchen would be able to withstand this drop of blood. However, the restriction genius Lingxi had appeared earlier than expected. Therefore, Longchen's current situation was very, very dangerous. Just the aftermath alone was enough for Longchen to know that his life was gradually fading away. His consciousness was gradually blurring. Before he died, he thought of many things. Is this, the inheritance of essence blood? The legendary dragon is actually such a terrifying existence. Without me, Lingxi wouldn't be able to live. It's all my fault. Those hazy thoughts gradually appeared. Longchen's heart was filled with a strong sense of attachment. He wasn't willing to die just like that. He still had too many things to accomplish. At this moment, the mysterious dragon jade in his sea of consciousness suddenly vibrated. The originally dull gray dragon pattern suddenly emitted a faint black light. A suction force formed out of thin air. The drop of blood that had entered Longchen's body let out an angry roar. This was the roar of a dragon. This time, Longchen heard it clearly. Because of the changes in the mysterious dragon jade, Longchen, who had been on the verge of death, regained some consciousness. At this moment, he vaguely felt that the dragon blood that had spread throughout his body was rapidly gathering towards a single spot. It felt like it was being sucked over. When the dragon blood once again gathered into a drop of blood, it disappeared from Longchen's body. The next moment, it actually appeared in Longchen's sea of consciousness, under the mysterious dragon jade. The inheritance of essence blood sat there obediently. From the looks of it, it had actually been suppressed. Within the drop of blood, the mystical dragon was still roaring incessantly. What exactly is that mysterious dragon jade? Such a terrifying inheritance of essence blood was actually suppressed. At this moment, Longchen finally regained consciousness. He had escaped from death and was heaving a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, he felt that not all of the blood had been sucked away. There was still about 1/1000th of the blood remaining in his body. After the other inheritance of essence blood had been sucked away, this 1/1000th of the blood immediately swallowed Longchen's blood. In an instant, it swelled up and surged towards Longchen's entire body. At this moment, the mysterious dragon jade no longer moved. A sharp pain started to appear on Longchen's skin. Chapter 26. At this moment, the terrifying aura that had scared Lingxi to the point where she couldn't move had finally disappeared. Lingxi had originally thought that Longchen was fine, but she hadn't expected that he would be rolling on the ground in pain. Lingxi was shocked and frightened. She hurriedly emerged from Lingxi's sword and anxiously circled Longchen with her tiny body. Longchen, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. As she spoke, her eyes gradually turned red. If she had any tears, they would have flowed out long ago. My skin, it hurts. At this moment, Longchen felt that every part of his body was suffering from a heart-wrenching pain. In his body, the 1/1000th of the inheritance blood essence was spreading rapidly throughout his body like a poison. The current reaction of his skin was actually because the blood had come into contact with his skin. Longchen, there's something growing on your body. Lingxi's panicked voice could be heard. At this moment, Longchen was in extreme pain. After hearing Lingxi's words, he panicked and suddenly opened his eyes to look at his arm. What he saw was that his arm had turned completely blood-red. Moreover, it had been neatly divided into countless fingernail-sized areas. In each area, there was something growing out. To Longchen's horror, these lumps were actually pieces of blood-red scales. He was instantly shocked. Enduring the intense pain all over his body, he lowered his head to look at his body. As expected, his entire body was now covered with these fine blood-red scales. On his fingers, toes, knees, elbows, and other areas, there were actually scarlet red bones that looked like sharp knives sticking out. That sharpness definitely surpassed that of ordinary swords. Looking at the knife-like bones sticking out of his fingers, Long Chen was stunned. This is a damn claw? Have I turned into a beast? He suddenly touched his back and actually felt another row of sharp spikes on his back. These blood-red spikes could be found in many parts of his body. Even his head was covered with fine scales. His hair had disappeared and was replaced by ferocious blood-red spikes. Although Long Chen still couldn't see his full appearance, he could tell from his body and limbs that his current body was in a perfect combat form. Those scarlet scales had some strong defensive power, and those spikes were a means of attack. It looks like this, blood-red scales, that's really eye-catching. At this moment, the pain on Long Chen's body gradually subsided. It seemed that the transformation was almost complete. He looked at his body in a daze, trying to find joy in his pain. Hearing that Long Chen could still speak clearly, Lingxi heaved a sigh of relief. She was about to speak when Long Chen suddenly asked, "Little Shi, do you think this body of mine is handsome or not?" Lingxi sized up Long Chen. His current appearance was ferocious and bloody, but the lines on his body, whether it was the scales or the spikes, all felt very perfect. It was indeed very handsome, but what was the use of that? "Long Chen, how are you now?" Long Chen felt for a moment and said, "I don't know, but I feel that I have a strong power, a very strong feeling." He was experiencing the power of his body, and at this moment, the 1,000th of the inheritance blood essence that had completely implanted his body with the dragon brand began to spread towards the last area, the dantian. At this moment, Long Chen's body had been completely transformed into a strange appearance. Long Chen could even see that every organ, every piece of bone, and even every drop of blood had the shadow of a blood-red divine dragon roaring endlessly. Every organ and muscle seemed to have come to life, and his heart beat several times faster. When the transformed blood flowed through those organs and muscles, it was as if they were directly swallowed. Such a strange scene was something that Long Chen could never have dreamed of. How did I become like this? What's wrong with me? Long Chen was still muttering to himself, but at this moment, the expanded inheritance blood essence had already integrated into his true qi, which was already at the 5th tier of the dragon vein realm. In an instant, his true qi was rapidly transforming, and the original true qi actually began to gradually turn blood red. As the true qi transformed, the color of the true qi in his dantian also became denser and denser. This process was not painful, but Long Chen was shocked to find that it seemed like 10 parts of his original true qi could be transformed into one part of blood-red true qi. Just as he realized this, Long Chen felt a great sense of hunger surging through his body, and his expression suddenly became very ugly. Lingxi said worriedly, What's wrong with you now?" Long Chen could feel the worry in her eyes, and he also felt very warm. I feel so hungry. No, I'm so hungry." With that, Long Chen let out a painful growl. Both of them were shocked to find that Long Chen's growl was actually the roar of a dragon. However, Long Chen did not have time to care about this. 10 parts of true qi had only transformed into one part of blood-red true qi, and that hunger was caused by the lack of true qi. At this moment, Long Chen found that he was actually very similar to other demonic beasts. "I'm so hungry. So hungry." Long Chen fell to the ground. That sense of hunger had already made his whole body weak. Today's situation was full of twists and turns, and Lingxi's heart was also very flustered. Long Chen said that he was hungry, but she did not have any solution. She could only panic and said, I'll go out and find something for you to eat." If she went out, she would definitely have to control the Lingxi sword to fly. It was estimated that she would die in a few moves, not to mention finding something for Long Chen to eat. And when Long Chen heard that she wanted to go out, he quickly stopped her and said, "No, you don't have to go out. I don't want to eat those." This sentence, he almost subconsciously said, and Lingxi anxiously asked, "Then what do you want to eat?" Long Chen was startled. He was also thinking about what he wanted to eat. His hunger was caused by the lack of true qi, so, Long Chen still had more than 500 spirit jades on him. Thinking of this, he quickly took out the spirit jades. When the spirit jades appeared, Long Chen found that his body's instinct was not to refine the heaven-earth spiritual qi on the spirit jades, but to directly eat it. He simply could not bear it. Under Lingxi's horrified gaze, he directly grabbed a handful of spirit jades and stuffed them into his mouth. Those spirit jades that contained true qi were crushed by his sharp teeth. At this time, a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi was completely swallowed by Long Chen, and then transferred to his dantian, where it was rapidly transformed into new blood-red true qi. At this moment, the feeling that Long Chen felt was like the feeling of a person who had been starving for a few days suddenly eating delicious food. But if those people wolfed down the food, they might choke to death, but Long Chen did not. His current strange body was absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual qi at a very fast speed. The nearly 600 spirit jades were all swallowed into his stomach in a quarter of an hour, and all of them were transformed into new blood-red true qi. But Long Chen found that his hunger was only alleviated. The spirit jades did not seem to be very effective for his blood-red true qi. Even the spirit jades that were originally enough for him to reach Dragon Vein Stage 6 felt like a small dish to him. However, this plate of appetizer had finally alleviated his hunger. Long Chen felt that if he did not eat anything else tonight, he would probably starve to death. Seeing that Long Chen was actually eating the spirit jades, Lingxi was so shocked that she could not speak. Even though she was experienced and knowledgeable, she did not know what was going on. Seeing that Long Chen had finally recovered after eating the spirit jades, her taut heartstrings relaxed a little. Just as Lingxi was about to speak, Long Chen, who had finished eating the spirit jades, suddenly said, "Little Shi, return to Lingxi's sword. We have to go out for a while. Help me find out if there are any groups of demonic beasts in the vicinity. Quickly." It was still a critical moment. Even though Lingxi had a lot of questions in her stomach, seeing the urgency in Long Chen's eyes, she obediently obeyed. Transforming into Lingxi's sword, she stabbed Long Chen's ear. But Long Chen's body was now abnormally tough. Even with the sharpness of Lingxi's sword, those scales still took a lot of effort from Lingxi to succeed. Long Chen did not say anything else and ran out. It was late at night outside, and his entire body was covered in the scent of blood. It was extremely obvious, but the blood carried an ancient majesty that made some small demonic beasts shiver inexplicably when they felt it from afar. Long Chen walked towards the depths of the great desolate mountain. After a while, Lingxi said, "There is an underground cave ahead. I can feel that there are many auras inside, but they seem to be around yellow rank 5 demonic beasts." Before Lingxi could finish, Long Chen's figure directly rushed into the underground cave. The scent of food ahead was already very obvious. This underground cave was very moist, and the smell of blood was also very strong. Along the way, he could vaguely see some bones. Soon, Long Chen arrived at an underground cave. The space inside the cave was very big, and at the bottom was a pitch-black quagmire. A putrid smell came from the quagmire, but Long Chen did not feel it at all. Not far from his feet was the quagmire. At this time, a blood-red figure gradually poked its head out of the quagmire. A pair of scarlet eyes coldly stared at the rushing Long Chen. "It's actually an underground blood lizard." The aura on Long Chen's body was very obvious. Soon, he discovered that in this cave, a large number of red dots began to light up. They were like countless lanterns in the night, but these lanterns were filled with the smell of blood and sternness. With a whoosh, Long Chen felt that the closest blood lizard had already pounced towards him. The putrid smell came from its body. He discovered that this underground blood lizard also had some blood-red scales, and quite a few bone spikes. It looked quite similar to the current Longchen. However, its scales were thick and dirty, and its bone spikes were also crooked. Compared to Longchen, at least in terms of appearance, it was like heaven and earth. Longchen did not care that much. When the blood lizard pounced towards him, its huge body seemed to want to crush him. In the past, Longchen would definitely have used a combat technique to destroy it, but he did not do so now. He felt the blood in his body boiling. Although the blood lizard was dirty, Longchen strangely felt that it was a very delicious food. He leaped up and turned into a red shadow. In the next moment, his arm had already pierced into the blood lizard's abdomen and directly grabbed its heart. At this moment, the mysterious dragon Jade moved again. Begging for flowers, VIP, updated at 0000 every day. 3 chapters of 10,000 words will be released every day on National Day. Chapter 27. In Longchen's Sea of Consciousness, the strange dragon pattern on the mysterious dragon Jade once again emitted a faint glow. A black light shrouded the drop of inherited blood essence beneath it. The inherited blood essence that was bound by the dragon Jade let out an unwilling roar, shaking Longchen's Sea of Consciousness. However, it still couldn't escape the dragon Jade's control. The inherited blood essence gradually moved towards the dragon Jade. In the next moment, they fused together and the dragon Jade turned completely blood-red. At this moment, Longchen could see that the black dragon pattern on the dragon Jade had turned red. Meridians had actually appeared on the body of the dragon pattern. These meridians looked exactly like the dragon vein. Before Longchen had time to be shocked, he discovered that there was actually a trace of blood-red power swimming in the dragon vein. Longchen carefully memorized the circulation path of this power, feeling extremely excited. This circulation path is actually a method of using true qi. It's similar to a combat technique. Both the dragon Jade and the inherited blood essence were very mysterious and powerful things. The circulation path on the dragon Jade and the method of using true qi were naturally not simple. Longchen hurriedly memorized everything. At this moment, the blood-red color on the dragon Jade gradually receded. The drop of inherited blood essence was once again separated and suppressed by the dragon Jade, unable to move. Longchen didn't have time to guess what the dragon Jade was. He naturally used the technique that had just appeared on the dragon Jade to circulate the blood-red true qi. At that moment, Longchen suddenly felt his soul throbbing, because he suddenly understood the name and function of this technique. Refining blood into qi. I can actually refine blood essence and turn it into my own true qi. This effect is several times stronger than directly consuming spirit jades or learning how to refine beast cores. Although this technique doesn't have a grade, it's definitely a heaven-defying magic. With this technique, Longchen had already pinched the heart of the underground blood lizard. He immediately used this technique, causing a strange force to act on the body of the blood lizard. Longchen could sense that the lizard was in great pain, so Longchen crushed its heart and let it die immediately. This was to prevent it from being tortured to death by this pain. After the blood lizard died, the blood in its body surged frantically towards Longchen due to Longchen's refining blood into qi. Not a single drop was left. At this moment, every scale on Longchen's body seemed to have turned into a huge mouth that swallowed the blood. Under the powerful effect of refining blood into qi, the blood exploded with a loud bang. Many impurities were expelled from Longchen's body, while the remaining blood completely turned into blood-red true qi and integrated into the true qi in Longchen's dantian. The power contained in the blood of this underground blood lizard was equivalent to 100 spirit jades. After tasting the sweetness, Longchen, who was still feeling hungry, immediately looked towards the other blood lizards. With the support of the powerful technique of refining blood into qi, Longchen launched a one-sided massacre of the underground blood lizards. Although Longchen was still at the 5th tier of the dragon vein realm, he was much stronger than these blood lizards. In particular, his bone spikes pierced into the bodies of the blood lizards as easily as piercing tofu. Under the blood energy of the blood lizards, Long Chen's hunger slowly subsided. In terms of the quantity of his true qi, it had gradually caught up to the state before he had touched the dragon seal. However, in terms of quality, it had already increased tenfold. Seeing Long Chen's crazed look, Lingxi felt a little sorry for him. However, demonic beasts and humans were two different races. Normally, humans would hunt demonic beasts, and powerful demonic beasts would also kill humans. This had already become a law. Moreover, demonic beasts had low intelligence, so she couldn't say anything. Before Long Chen used refining blood into qi, he would first kill his opponent. It was clear that he wasn't completely affected by the bloody aura of the inherited blood essence. Just as Long Chen was about to stop, Lingxi's somewhat anxious voice suddenly sounded. Long Chen, there's a huge demonic beast underground. It's at the 7th grade yellow rank. Do you want to escape? A 7th grade yellow rank demonic beast could easily take Long Chen's life in the past. She also couldn't figure out how strong Long Chen was after transforming into this body, so she spoke to him with an inquiring attitude. At this time, Long Chen was startled. Yellow level 7th grade, I can test out the strength of this body. A 7th grade yellow rank demonic beast was basically stronger than a 7th level dragon vein stage practitioner. Just as this thought appeared in Long Chen's mind, the entire underground suddenly shook. At this time, a roar similar to a dragon's roar came from underground. The quagmire suddenly exploded, and a huge scarlet monster appeared in front of Long Chen. This was an enlarged version of an underground blood lizard. Its body was over 20 meters long, and its body was covered in blood-red scales. Its two scarlet eyes were as big as a washbasin, and it looked extremely ferocious. It's actually an underground blood lizard king. No wonder there are so many blood lizards here. It must be because of the existence of a king. Facing the powerful demonic aura of the blood lizard king, Long Chen didn't even take half a step back. Seeing that Long Chen had killed so many blood lizards, the blood lizard king was already extremely angry. Although it could vaguely feel that Long Chen was very mysterious and strange, it couldn't let go of the anger in its heart. Looks like this big ugly monster wants to kill me, but to me, you're just food. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. His current speed was more than 10 times faster than before. As long as his body moved, it was as if he had turned into a blood shadow in this cave. However, Long Chen could also see that the blood lizard king's tongue was also very fast. Long Chen only moved one step, and that large piece of blood-red tongue with monstrous power instantly appeared above his head. Long Chen suddenly shouted and punched, but found that the strength of the blood lizard king's tongue was almost the same as his. This attack directly caused Long Chen's leg to pierce into the ground. Forget it, I'm already full today. I don't have time to waste with you. I've learned the Azure Dragon Seal until now, but I haven't used it yet. Today, I'll let you have a taste of it. Long Chen lowered his head. At this time, his eyes that had become scarlet burst out a strong cold light. At this time, although his palms had turned into claws, it didn't affect his hand seals at all. The blood-red airflow began to quickly roll between his palms, and a powerful pressure shook towards the blood lizard king. The Azure Dragon Seal also quickly formed in Long Chen's palms. Azure Dragon Seal. When the blood-red true energy had turned into a blood-red dragon and coiled around Long Chen's palm, the blood lizard king suddenly felt the threat of death. It hurriedly retreated. But at this time, the originally dark cave suddenly flashed with a blood-red light. A blood-red divine dragon image flashed and hit the blood lizard king's head. When that deep dragon roar sounded, the blood lizard king's brain had already burst, and it was completely dead. 7th grade yellow rank, dead. This was the most powerful opponent Long Chen had killed so far. Long Chen estimated that even White Century would not be able to gain any advantage against this blood lizard king. After killing the blood lizard king, Long Chen could feel the other party's abundant blood aura. Of course, he couldn't let it go. He jumped onto the back of the Blood Lizard King and used the method of refining blood into qi. Immediately, a huge amount of blood surged out from the huge Blood Lizard King's body. There were several tons of this blood, but under the refinement of Long Chen, the gluttonous Long Chen, about 90% of the waste was refined. Only then did he transform the remaining essence into blood-red true qi, which he integrated into his dantian. The blood essence of a 7th-grade yellow-rank demon beast was not a joke. Long Chen instantly felt his true energy rapidly increase, and soon, it reached a critical point. Previously, he was feeling unwell from hunger, but now he was feeling unwell. Long Chen had finally waited for his time to attack the 6th dragon vein. He sat down cross-legged on the Blood Lizard King's body. In the next moment, all the true energy turned into a blood-red dragon, roaring as it charged towards the 6th dragon vein. What shocked Long Chen was that the blood-red true energy dragon seemed to have intelligence. It was bloody and savage, and the accumulated dragon vein was extremely fragile in front of the blood-red dragon. Long Chen's true energy had already risen to the peak of the 5th level of the dragon vein realm, so it was unprecedentedly easy to break through to the 6th level. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 6th dragon vein was actually connected, and a huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into Long Chen's body. His current strength was already at the 6th level of the dragon vein realm. Before the demon hunting competition, he had finally reached the 6th level. Feeling the extremely strong energy in his body, Long Chen finally smiled. After causing such a huge commotion, Long Chen did not dare to stay here any longer. He hurriedly left the underground cave and headed towards the previous cave. However, he was now depressed. What should he do with his current appearance? Just as he was feeling conflicted over this matter, he suddenly felt a strange itch. At this moment, the scales and bone spurs on his body slowly dissipated and fused back into his body. Now, he had returned to his original appearance. However, when he removed this transformation, he could also feel that the inherited blood essence that had once spread throughout his body was also slowly receding. Finally, it condensed into a small red dot between his eyebrows. The original blood-red color of the true energy, which had originally increased by 10 times, also gradually receded. However, the remaining true energy still had traces of blood red in it, and its nature was also about 4 times higher than ordinary true energy. Long Chen's strength, which had previously increased by 10 times due to his transformation, was now slowly retreating. However, the current him was still much stronger than the other 6th-level Dragon Vein realm cultivators. In addition to his cultivation in the Dragon Seal, Long Chen believed that even if it was by Shiji at the 7th level of the Dragon Vein realm, he would still be able to deal with him. Long Chen felt a little regretful that the strange transformation from before had disappeared, because that was his strongest state. However, that appearance was indeed unable to walk in this world, so there was nothing he could do about it. I wonder if I can still transform into that state. This mysterious dragon jade is so magical, I think it should be possible. Even if he didn't transform into that state, it should be enough to participate in the demon hunting competition. After Long Chen removed the strange transformation, everything returned to normal. Only then did Lingxi impatiently ask him, "Long Chen, what kind of dragon did you obtain the inherited blood essence?" Chapter 28. In fact, Long Chen did not know what kind of situation he was in. Very quickly, they returned to the cave. Long Chen sat down cross-legged and checked his body, while Lingxi flew out from Lingxi's sword. The sudden and terrifying situation just now had really frightened her. At this moment, her face was still pale as she looked at Long Chen with concern. Long Chen had already broken through to the 6th level of the Dragon Vein stage. In terms of quantity, his true qi was already comparable to Yang Lingyue and the others. However, even now, the quality of his true qi was still 4 times stronger than theirs. In other words, in terms of innate qi alone, Long Chen could unleash 4 times the power of a 6th-level Dragon Vein realm martial artist, which was about half the power of a 7th-level Dragon Vein realm martial artist. In addition to the astral battle body, which was still somewhat useful, and the battle skills he was proficient in, Long Chen was actually very confident in dealing with White Century. If he could transform again, the nature of his innate qi would increase by 10 times, and his strength would increase explosively. He might even be able to fight against someone at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm. Long Chen was secretly shocked. It had to be known that this was only 1,000th of the inheritance blood essence, yet it had already allowed him to reach such a level. If he could absorb all of it, what kind of realm would he reach? Just from the heaven-defying technique of refining blood into qi, there should be many secrets and benefits hidden in the inheritance blood essence. If he could completely obtain the inheritance, how strong would he become? After thinking so much, even Long Chen was in a daze. Only then did he ask Lingxi, "Little she, am I a dragon warrior now?" Seeing that Long Chen, who had been in a daze, finally had a response, Lingxi was no longer so nervous. She nodded obediently and said, "Although I don't know much about dragon warriors, from your previous performance, you should have already become a dragon warrior." "Oh right, I asked you before, what dragon's inheritance blood essence did you obtain? Was it the ghostly shadow blood kill dragon?" "I've read books before, and the appearance of this ghostly blood-killing dragon is similar to your previous performance." Long Chen had no idea what kind of dragon's blood essence he had absorbed. Just as he was about to say that he didn't know, a few words suddenly appeared in his mind. Subconsciously, Long Chen read them out loud. Primordial. Blood. Spirit. Dragon. When he said these words, Long Chen actually felt the blood in his entire body become excited. This was a powerful pride that made Long Chen inexplicably burst out with a strong self-confidence. Primordial blood spirit dragon? Lingxi repeated those words over and over again. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Long Chen in a daze, her mouth wide open in shock. Although she was making a fool of herself now, in Long Chen's eyes, she was still extremely cute. "What's wrong, little girl? Have you taken a fancy to me?" Lingxi didn't listen to him at all. Her voice trembled as she said, Are you sure it's the primordial blood spirit dragon?" Only then did Long Chen feel that something was wrong. He said seriously, "Indeed. What's the problem?" Lingxi still had a look of disbelief. She shook her head and said, "Impossible. The primordial blood spirit dragon is a legend among legends." "It's impossible." Lingxi was still doubtful, but Long Chen was very sure that the inheritance blood essence definitely belonged to the primordial blood spirit dragon. Hence, he said, "Little she, tell me, what's the problem with this primordial blood spirit dragon?" Lingxi murmured, "You don't understand. According to legend, a long, long time ago, the entire dragon sacrificial dragon continent was ruled by divine dragons. There were billions of dragon species on the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. Do you know the concept of billions of dragon species? The dragon sacrificial dragon continent is incomparably vast, but it was basically filled with all kinds of divine dragons. The number of dragons was even more than the number of humans today, and almost all of them were top-notch existences. As for the strongest among the billions of dragon species, since the emergence of the human race, there has never been a human powerhouse who could come into contact with that level in history. In the ancient times, when the dragon sacrificial dragon continent was the most ancient, it was said that there were 10 great peak dragons with a total of 10 divine dragons' bloodlines. They were all the most heaven-defying existences, and they were called the 10 great ancestor dragons. When Lingxi said this, she raised her head and looked at Long Chen. She said slowly, "Among the 10 great ancestor dragons, the legendary ancestor dragon that ruled over bloodshed and slaughter is the primordial blood spirit dragon you mentioned just now." When Lingxi said this, Long Chen was also dumbfounded. He actually had no concept of these powerhouses, so even though Lingxi had said so much, he only felt that the primordial blood spirit dragon was once the top-notch existence in the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. As for how top-notch it was, he didn't know. Lingxi shook her head and said, "That's why I said it's impossible. How could the inherited blood essence of the primordial blood spirit dragon, which had disappeared for billions of years, possibly exist in such an ordinary secret manual?" Even I can break the restriction on this secret manual, so it's impossible. After hearing Lingxi's words, Longchen didn't have much confidence in his heart. Forget it. Who cares what kind of dragon it is? It was still suppressed by the dragon jade. I've already become a dragon martial artist according to Dad's instructions, and I've also learned the terrifying ability to refine blood into qi. My cultivation speed in the future will only soar crazily again. The true qi that Dad left for me can no longer keep up with my own speed of improvement. However, the nature of this true qi has increased by 4 times. If I want to advance a realm, it'll be 4 times, or maybe 10 times, more difficult than people of the same realm. So I can't be satisfied with the current situation. Longchen stood up and held little Lingxi in his hands. He said, "Lass, I've become stronger now anyway. Who cares what kind of lousy dragon it is? I'll have more power to protect you in the future. Also, there'll be plenty of those soul-nurturing elixirs in the future. You've saved my life twice, so it's time for me to repay you." Hearing Longchen's words, Lingxi recovered from the shock of the ancient blood spirit dragon. Seeing the strong confidence in Longchen's eyes, she gradually became confused. She felt that even if she stood beside this youth, she wouldn't be able to discover his secrets. Becoming a dragon warrior and learning that heaven-defying divine ability, he will indeed have a very good future. He might even be able to find a way for me to recover my physical body. Furthermore, her relationship with Longchen was growing by the day. Today, she realized that she couldn't leave him at all. Placing her on his shoulder, Longchen smiled and said, "All right, today's matter with the dragon seal is over. There's not much time left for the demon hunting competition. I'll consolidate my cultivation in the next few days." Bai Shiji's figure appeared in front of him. Longchen clenched his fists and sneered, "This time, I wonder if your nether paradise finger is stronger, or if my dragon seal is stronger. You think you've got me for sure? When the time comes, I'll give you a pleasant surprise." For a total of 8 days, Longchen had been steadily cultivating, consolidating his cultivation of the 6th level of the Dragon Vein realm. Only on this day did he stand up and prepare to return to the Yang family. His strength had finally improved greatly. Only now did Longchen have confidence in the demon hunting competition. 9 days ago, I injured Bai Zhixing and Bai Shidong. Furthermore, I mocked Yang Xueqing in public. When I return to the Yang family, I'm afraid that there will still be people looking for trouble with me. But why would I, Longchen, be afraid? It was already close to noon. Just as Longchen walked into the Yang family's main gate, a guard came forward and said, "Young Master Chen, the ancestor has invited the Bai family's patriarch and the others to a banquet today. The banquet is about to start. The ancestor wants you to immediately go to the Grand Martial Hall when you return home." The Grand Martial Hall was the place where the Yang family's ancestor invited guests. Hearing that the ancestor had invited the Bai family's patriarch and others to a banquet today, Longchen's heart was filled with rejection. He knew that Bai Zhanxiong and the others would definitely be there. Seeing that the demon hunting competition was about to start, Longchen didn't know what the Yang family's ancestor was doing. However, he did have a good relationship with the Bai family's patriarch. The Yang family's ancestor and the Bai family's patriarch were a pair of famous life and death brothers. This could be considered a legend in Baiyang town. Soon, Longchen arrived at the Grand Martial Hall. It was very lively inside. 2 large sandalwood tables were filled with all kinds of fine wine and delicacies. All kinds of beautiful maids were shuttling back and forth. At the main table, the Yang family's old ancestor and the 3 Yang siblings sat, and on the other side, the leader was a charmingly naive, short and fat old man with a head of white hair, but his face was very ruddy, completely looking like a child with white hair. This was the Bai family's patriarch. Although he was very old, his strength was not weak. His cultivation was also at the peak of Baiyang town. Below the Bai family's patriarch were 2 middle-aged men. One was the Bai family's 3rd son, Bai Zhanxiong, and the other was the Bai family's 4th son, Bai Zhanfeng. During the family meeting, he had also come to the Yang family. Bai Shidong, who was frightened by Longchen, was Bai Zhanfeng's son. As for the other table, it was the younger generation's territory. On the Yang family's side, they were Yang Wu, Yang Lingyue, and Yang Lingqing. On the Bai family's side, they were Bai Shiji, Bai Zhixing, and Bai Shidong. Next to them was a handsome man with a cold expression. From his body, Long Chen felt a dangerous aura. This person, Long Chen estimated, was very famous in Biyao town. He was known as Biyao town's #1 powerhouse of the younger generation, Bai Shichen. Today, almost all of the Bai and Yang families' powerhouses and young powerhouses had arrived. The banquet was about to start. The Bai family's patriarch and the Yang family's patriarch were laughing heartily. When Long Chen suddenly walked in, their smiles immediately froze. At this time, everyone's gazes were focused on Long Chen. The Bai family's patriarch didn't care, but the two middle-aged men of the Bai family had gloomy faces. The other two were even more gloomy, Yang Yuntian and Yang Shueqing. As for Yang Qingxian, he was like his father, with a faint smile on his face. The Bai family's younger generation only had hatred for Long Chen. Bai Shiji's eyes were naturally vicious, but Bai Zhixing and Bai Shidong were somewhat afraid of Long Chen. As for Bai Shichen, who saw Long Chen for the first time, his eyes were still cold, but they were like sharp swords. Long Chen had indeed come at a bad time, which was why it had such an effect. At this time, the Yang family's patriarch immediately reacted and laughed loudly. Chen, you're finally back. Alright, now that everyone is here, Chen, you can sit at that table. As soon as the Yang family's patriarch said this, most of the people at the other table immediately stared at Long Chen. Hey, your interpersonal relationship seems to be really bad. Only that little sister named Yang Lingqing approves of you. Lingxi gloated. Chapter 29. Under the invitation of Yang Lingqing, Long Chen sat down next to her. However, ever since Long Chen arrived, the atmosphere at the Yang family ancestors' table could continue to be harmonious, but this side could not. The group of people here stared at each other, but basically no one moved their chopsticks. Of course, the other side could see the situation here, but they pretended not to see it and continued to drink and chat. Long Chen couldn't stand this kind of atmosphere the most. He would rather drink with the girls of the Emerald Jade Pavilion than stay here. So after a while, he stood up and said, "Everyone, I'm full, I'll leave first." With the parents of both sides present, Bai Shiji and the others couldn't do anything to Long Chen, so they were all eager for Long Chen to leave. Seeing Long Chen's impolite behavior, they all gloated over his misfortune. Sure enough, at this time, the Yang family ancestor shifted his gaze to Long Chen and said, "Chen, don't go yet, come here for a moment." Not knowing what this old guy was up to, Long Chen walked to his side. At this time, everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks, and the Bai family patriarch also looked at Long Chen with a smile. The Yang family ancestor patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, "I heard that you had a conflict with Zhixing and Shidong." Long Chen said lightly, "I don't dare." At this time, the Bai family patriarch smiled and said, "Brother, young people are hot-blooded, a little conflict is normal, as long as it doesn't hurt their lives. Didn't we also go through this? How about this, Shidong, Zhixing, you two come over." Under the Bai family patriarch's call, two young people trembled over and stood in front of Long Chen, not daring to look directly at him. The two strong men of the Bai family, seeing that their family's younger generation's performance was too poor, couldn't help but frown, but the Bai family patriarch was broad-minded and said with a smile, "Young people, don't be nervous, it's normal to have conflicts. In the past, I and Brother Yang didn't get to know each other without fighting. Come, let's apologize to each other, and from now on we will be good friends." The Yang family ancestor also smiled and said, "That's right, Chen, injured someone. He just needs to apologize and this small conflict can be written off. The Bai and Yang families are as close as brothers. Can't we just let go of the conflict between our brothers?" Yang family old ancestor's words were directed at Long Chen. The Yang family's ancestor had given him the dragon seal, indirectly giving him such a great benefit. Long Chen was not someone who did not know how to repay kindness. The demon hunting competition was imminent. His heart to kill Bai Shiji was incomparably firm, so he did not want to cause any trouble at this time. Therefore, he imitated the two old men and laughed, saying, "Grandpa is right. How can a man fuss over such trivial matters? Come, brother Sherdong." Before the other party could react, Long Chen gave him a fierce hug and even patted the other party's back. Everyone was stunned by Long Chen's sudden enthusiasm. At this time, Long Chen also did the same thing. Bai Zhixing, who was at the side, was suddenly embraced by him. Long Chen, with lightning speed, fiercely pinched her pert buttocks. "That day, I hurt the beautiful and moving Miss Bai. I also feel sorry for it. This flower is for you, as a gift of apology." Although it was only a pinch, the touch was indeed better than that of a girl in a brothel. Long Chen let go of his hand at the right time, then took out a wrinkled wild chrysanthemum that he had picked on the way back in the morning and stuffed it into Bai Zhixing's hand. Bai Zhixing's back was facing the elders, so in the eyes of the elders, Long Chen was just hugging Bai Zhixing. However, the younger generation of the Bai family at the other table were different. They had clearly seen Long Chen's pinch, and their eyes widened. Long Chen's courage had truly broadened their horizons. Killing intent was revealed in the eyes of Bai Shiji and Bai Shichen. Of course, Long Chen could feel this feeling of being locked on. However, he did not think much of it. He turned his face and provocatively looked at Bai Shiji and Bai Shichen. Unexpectedly, he also met Yang Lingxing's angry gaze. He was so scared that he immediately retracted his neck. At this time, Bai Zhixing also looked at Long Chen in a daze. She was still holding the wild chrysanthemum in her hand. She did not expect Long Chen to be so bold, so she even forgot to scream. At this time, Long Chen quickly said to the Bai family's patriarch and the Yang family's patriarch, "I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." The Bai family's patriarch smiled faintly and said, If you have something to do, then go ahead." Ignoring the various gazes of the people in the Hongwu Palace, Long Chen walked towards the door. Bai Shiji and Bai Shichen exchanged glances. Looking at Long Chen's back as he left, they both sneered. "Since you're courting death, then don't blame us." Just as he walked out of the Hongwu Palace, just as Long Chen was about to laugh complacently, he felt a sharp pain in his ear. It was so painful that Long Chen's face twitched. Lingxi's cold voice appeared in his ears. "Bastard, it felt pretty good just now, didn't it?" Long Chen's complacent heart immediately fell to the bottom of the valley. He hurriedly tried to curry favor with her. "Darling little I. Just now, yes, I was provoking Bai Shiji. It was just a provocation. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm ignoring you." Long Chen was sweating profusely. Just as he was about to explain, he saw that Yang Lingqing had already followed behind him. Looking at the girl's gloomy expression, Long Chen knew that he was going to be in for a tragedy again. Who would have thought that the first thing Yang Lingqing said when she arrived was, "I've reached the 6th level of the Dragon Vein realm." This girl's aura was much heavier, and it felt like she was about the same as Yang Lingyue. She and Long Chen were quite fated. Not only were they born in the same year, month, and day, they had also reached the 6th level of the Dragon Vein realm at about the same time. After reaching the 6th level of the Dragon Vein realm, the chances of Yang Lingqing being in danger in the demon hunting competition were also relatively low. To be honest, she was the only person Long Chen cared about in the Yang family, so Long Chen could move alone with peace of mind. That's good. With you around, it's possible to surpass the Bai family by killing a few more demon beasts. Yang Lingqing looked at him with a hopeless expression, and said, "Can you still laugh now? Don't you know that although both sides said to shake hands and make up at the banquet, Bai Shiji and Bai Shichen will definitely not let you go? I know that your strength has increased very quickly recently, but how can you possibly be a match for the two of them?" Yang Lingqing said anxiously. Seeing that this girl was still worried about his safety, Long Chen could not bear to let her worry, so he said, "My strength has indeed increased a lot. Although I can't say that I can defeat them, it's not a problem for me to escape, and I don't necessarily have to meet them. Look at you, Chen, I can be considered a crafty person, right? How can I die in the hands of two ice-faced people? Yang Lingqing did not think so. She knew how strong the 7th level of the Dragon Vein realm was. It was definitely enough to sweep away the 6th level of the Dragon Vein realm, let alone Long Chen who was at the 5th level. Just as she was about to speak, Long Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold. He patted Yang Lingqing's shoulder and said, "You go back first, I'll talk to you later." Yang Lingqing turned around and saw that Yang Xueqing was standing behind her. Knowing that the relationship between Long Chen and Yang Xueqing was strange, she could not interfere. After whispering to Long Chen to be careful, she left. Seeing her, Long Chen's complacent mood immediately became extremely unhappy. Yang Xueqing took a few steps forward and sized up Long Chen. Her expression was not as cold as before, but it was still cold. "Do you know why my father invited the Bai family to a banquet today? Because our two families are already preparing for the wedding. In the afternoon of 3 days, you will enter the Great Desolate Mountain, and I will marry into the Bai family." Long Chen knew that it would be like this, and he had already expected it, so he looked at Yang Xueqing and did not say anything. "After I kill Bai Shiji, the news will spread. Let's see how you guys will go through the ceremony." Seeing that Long Chen did not react, Yang Xueqing was too lazy to bother with him and continued, "After the demonic hunting competition, give the demonic core you obtained to the Lingwu family, and then you will leave Biyao town. I heard that not only did you obtain the dragon seal, you also obtained 500 spirit jades. Our Yang family has treated you well, so I hope you can stop before going too far. Our Yang family still wants to pass down the dragon seal secret manual. Give it to me now. After you leave, I will return it to my father." Listening to Yang Xueqing's words, it seemed that she had never treated Long Chen as a member of the Yang family. It just so happened that Long Chen had never felt any sense of belonging to this family. In any case, Long Chen had already dug out all the secrets of the dragon seal, so this broken thing was useless to him. Thus, he took it out from his bosom and threw it into Yang Xueqing's hands. "I've already gotten what I should. Do you think Laozi wants to stay in this broken place? Laozi still has to go out and find spirit herbs for my darling Shaoxi. However, when Laozi gets rid of Bai Shiji, I really look forward to your reaction. But at that time, even if you want to kill me, you won't be able to." Without saying anything further, Long Chen turned around and left. Yang Xueqing did not expect Long Chen to be so straightforward. Looking at the Dragon Seal's secret manual, then looking at Long Chen's arrogant back as he left, she laughed mockingly and said, "What a childish fellow. He can't be provoked. Did you think it was so easy for you to learn the 2 moves of the Dragon Seal in these few days?" Soon after, her gaze became gloomy as she said, "Since he made Shi Sun act like this, Shiji and the others will definitely deal with him in the demonic hunting competition. He is merely at the 5th layer of the Dragon Vein stage. How can he be a match for them by relying on a middle-ranked body refining battle skill? Although he is ignorant and incompetent, he is still my flesh and blood. Fine, I will plead for you with Shiji. I hope that this time, you will understand how to repay kindness." After turning into a long corridor, Lingxi repeated Yang Xueqing's words to Long Chen. Long Chen laughed after hearing it. "Hey, do you really not care that your mother is looking down on you?" Long Chen said indifferently, "If I care, it will only make me feel uncomfortable. Why should I bear this pain for nothing? Since she thinks that I am not their match, if I were to anger myself, then I would be a true idiot. What I want to do is to completely destroy Bai Shiji. Alright, I don't care about you, but if it was me, I would cry very miserably." Long Chen turned his head to look at the Yang family's courtyard. This was the place he had stayed in for many years. It was unfamiliar yet familiar. This was originally his home, but he did not feel the slightest sense of security. Even the people closest to him could not give him a sense of security. When had he not suffered? It was just that he was numb to it, so he would not be stupid enough to show it on his face. "You can plead for me, but who will plead for him? Chapter 30. As the monster hunting competition and the wedding approached, the young people who were going to participate in the monster hunting competition were naturally nervous. As for the others, they were all smiling in the face of this joyous day. Especially the ancestor of the Yang clan, who had waited half his life to see his daughter reap the rewards of happiness. He was grinning from ear to ear every day. Early in the morning, Long Chen followed Yang Lingqing, Yang Lingyue, and Yang Wu. Under Yang Qingshuan's lead, they headed towards the exit of the town that led to the barren mountain. As for the other disciples, because they were too weak, it would be hard for them to protect themselves in the barren mountain. They might even become a burden. Therefore, the two clans agreed not to let them go. This way, each family had exactly 4 people. The overall strength of the Yang family was slightly weaker, but hunting monsters also depended on luck, so the outcome of the battle was completely unknown. However, the heads of the Bai and Yang families didn't seem to be at loggerheads with each other like in the other towns. It was as if the monster hunting competition was just a small interlude to their wedding. They concentrated on preparing for the wedding, leaving the younger generation to compete for the management rights of Biyao town for the next 20 years. Along the way, Yang Lingyue and Yang Wu walked together, while Long Chen and Yang Lingqing followed behind. "Hey, do you really have a way to protect yourself?" Yang Lingqing asked with concern. "How can a few clowns from the Bai clan be my opponents?" Long Chen smiled mysteriously. Yang Lingqing looked helpless and said, "All right, I don't want to talk to you anymore. If it's really dangerous, just shout. If I hear you, I will try my best to help." Long Chen nodded. In fact, he really liked this sister of his. If they weren't related by blood, he would have killed her already. However, hearing Long Chen's arrogant words, Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue turned around and looked at Long Chen with eyes full of mockery. They quickly turned their heads away. Yang Lingyue looked at her brother and whispered, "Brother, remember what you promised me." Yang Wu nodded and said, "If the Bai clan doesn't help, I will teach him a lesson." Their voices were so low that Long Chen and Yang Lingqing couldn't hear them. Soon, they arrived at their destination, and Long Chen found that the 5 members of the Bai family had already arrived. The leader was the 4th son of the Bai family, Bai Zhanfeng, and the other 4 were naturally the 4 people who attended the banquet that day. When he saw Long Chen, Bai Shiji immediately sneered and pointed a finger at Long Chen. Long Chen knew that he was using the Nether Paradise finger. Long Chen acted as if he did not see this obvious provocation. He did not even look at Bai Shiji, but looked at the person standing at the very front, the supervisor of the demon hunting competition from the Lingwu family of Yuanling City. This person was wearing a black brocade robe and had a cloak over his head. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but his body gave off a faint aura. This was a feeling that Long Chen could not describe. "This person is very powerful for the people here." Lingxi's voice rang out. "How strong? It's hard to explain it to a bumpkin like you. Just take it that your grandfather is not a match for one move from him." Lingxi's casual words immediately caused Long Chen's hair to stand on end. Perhaps in Lingxi's eyes, killing her grandfather in one move was a very normal thing, but in Long Chen's world, killing the Yang family's old ancestor in one move, who she thought was a peerless master, just how terrifying of an existence was that? He stared straight at that person, and that person also looked at Long Chen, as if he was a little surprised, but he quickly stopped paying attention to Long Chen. At this time, Yang Qingxian cupped his hands towards that person and said, "Lord Lang, the young disciple of the Yang family has been brought. And then let's go to the Great Desolate Mountain. The 2 of you can go back. The Lingwu family will give you a fair result." Yang Qingxian and Bai Zhanfeng did not dare to disobey his words. It seemed that what Lingxi said must be true. From his voice, Long Chen could tell that he was very young, almost the same age as the few of them. "You have to know that there is always someone better than you. You geniuses from Biyao town, when you go to a bigger place, you are just cultivation waste in the eyes of others." Lingxi's words once again let Long Chen know that his knowledge was shallow, but it also broadened his horizons. This peer actually had such a high level of strength. Long Chen really admired him to the extreme. After Yang Qingxian and Bai Zhanfeng left, Lord Lang did not say anything and went to the Great Desolate Mountain. The juniors of the Bai and Yang families looked at each other and quickly followed. Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue quickly walked together with the Bai family. When Yang Lingqing saw that Long Chen was left behind, she struggled for a moment, but still stayed by his side. At this time, Yang Lingyue was chatting with Bai Shiji with a smile. When she suddenly saw that Yang Lingqing was actually walking together with Long Chen, she immediately revealed an angry expression and said, "Lingqing, come over here. Big brother Bai Shichen wants to get to know you." Beside her, Bai Shichen, whose cultivation was even higher than Bai Shiji's, cast a warm smile at Yang Lingqing. Under the illumination of the morning sun, he looked like a god descending to the mortal world. Even Yang Lingyue's heart skipped a beat. However, Yang Lingqing did not fall for this and said with some difficulty, "Sister Lingyue, I still have something to say to Chen." Yang Lingyue's face was damaged in front of the two heroes of the Bai family, and she immediately became unhappy. Seeing Yang Lingyue's somewhat ashen face, Long Chen suddenly said, "Lingqing, you go over, in case they don't let you follow later." He naturally moved alone. If Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue left her behind, the Great Desolate Mountain would be filled with countless dangers. Yang Lingqing also thought of this, so she cast an apologetic look at Long Chen and walked to the front. Only then did Yang Lingyue reveal a smile and introduce Yang Lingqing to the two heroes of the Bai family. Yang Lingqing was actually more interesting than Yang Lingyue. Hence, Bai Shichen usually didn't have much to say. However, when Yang Lingqing came over, he told her all about his amazing experiences over the past 20 years. "You want to pick up my sister? I'll cut off your penis later." Long Chen thought evilly. Soon, they arrived at the Great Desolate Mountain. Lord Wolf turned around and said, "Before the sun sets, you need to get here and present your beast Dawn to me for inspection." Then, his voice became cold, and he said, "I'm a member of the Lingwu family, so don't try to play any tricks in front of me. I'm watching your every move. Only the beasts you kill with your own hands count. As for the others, I'll take your life if you use any means to get them. You don't need to guess how I'm watching you. If you want to take advantage of a loophole, you can try, but don't blame me if you die. Also, you can steal the beast Dawn from each other, or even kill each other. This is all permitted by the Lingwu family." Lord Wolf's voice carried a strange charm. Even Bai Shichen, who had the highest level of cultivation, broke out in a cold sweat when he heard what he said. Actually, before they came, their elders had already warned them about what Lord Wolf said. They had more or less an idea of how powerful the Lingwu family was, so they naturally did not dare to play any tricks. Previously, there were people who buried demon cores in the trial grounds, but the result was that every time one was buried, one person would die. If there are no objections, let's begin now. Hurry up and use your time. Long Chen understood in his heart that under Lord Wolf's supervision, there were only two ways to obtain a demon core. One was to kill a demonic beast, and the other was to snatch it from its body. At this time, Bai Shiji and the others coldly looked at Long Chen and entered the Great Desolate Mountain first, while Yang Wu and the others followed closely behind. Although Yang Lingqing was worried about Long Chen, she still left after giving some instructions. 8 hours is enough for me to kill Bai Shiji and snatch the demon core from him. Thinking of this, Long Chen also wanted to enter the Great Desolate Mountain, but at this time, Lord Wolf was actually standing in front of him. He sized him up and said, "In less than a month, you've already crossed 4 levels in a row, and even your astral battle body has reached large success." This time, Long Chen was truly stunned. This mysterious Lord Wolf actually knew so much about him that he even knew about the astral battle body. Just as Long Chen was about to ask, he suddenly said, "I won't waste your time. Hurry up and go in. I think that the people from the Bai clan have killing intent towards you. Be careful." As he spoke, his figure disappeared in front of Long Chen with a swoosh. He didn't know where he went. He even knows that I've mastered the astral battle body, and he even cares about my life and death. His voice and figure are also somewhat familiar. This person, Long Chen suddenly thought of the youth who gave him the astral battle body and almost cried out in alarm. He was 100% sure that this so-called Lord Wolf was the monster who was more beautiful than many women, and even he, Long Chen, couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. At that time, I felt that he had a strong background, but I didn't expect him to be a member of the Lingwu family. No wonder he came to Biyao town. He must have come to understand the background of the two great families in Biyao town. However, the astral battle body he gave me is of great help to me, and he even specially reminded me this time. It seems that I, Long Chen, have quite a good relationship with others. As he thought proudly, he quickly entered the great desolate mountain and concealed his figure. Those who are good to me, I will repay them 100 times over. Lingxi, Ling Qing, and this Lord Wolf are all unconditionally good to me. I must not disappoint them this time. Relying on his increase in strength, Long Chen advanced rapidly. With Lingxi around, it will be much easier for me to find Bai Shiji than for them to find me. Forget it, I'll let them fight with the demonic beasts until both sides are injured. I'll take a stroll around the great desolate mountain and take his life after a while. With Lingxi's powerful perception, Long Chen could completely avoid any abnormal demonic beasts. He gradually went deeper into the great desolate mountain, and the surrounding forest also became taller and taller. The cold feeling also became heavier and heavier. In the depths of the great desolate mountain is the desolate beast region. Last time, I left the desolate beast region from another direction, so I didn't pass by the great desolate mountain. However, this desolate aura is getting heavier and heavier. I think I'm almost close to the desolate beast region. At this time, Lingxi suddenly said, "Hey, there seems to be a person's aura not far ahead. It's in a very hidden cave." Long Chen was startled, and said, "Is it that Lord Wolf?" "No, it's a guy at the 9th layer of the Dragon Vein realm, and there seems to be a strange fragrance coming from him. I know, he must be guarding a spirit herb that hasn't matured yet." Chapter 31. The great desolate mountain was very big, but the only power in the vicinity was Biyao town. There were only 2 9th-level Dragon Vein realm martial artists in Biyao town, the Bai family's patriarch and the Yang family's ancestor. So when another 9th-level Dragon Vein realm martial artist appeared here, Long Chen was slightly surprised. "Little she, what's with this immature spirit herb?" Spirit herbs need a certain growth period. Only when they are fully mature can they be harvested. Some of the higher grade spirit herbs are even more so. This place is a bit far away. If I get closer, I'm afraid I'll be able to recognize this spirit herb. It was still a bit early to kill Bai Shiji. In addition, Long Chen was born with a love for petty gains. If it was a real treasure, he naturally wouldn't let it go. However, he knew how difficult it was to deal with a 9th-level Dragon Vein expert who had broken through the heavenly Dragon Vein, so it was best to be cautious. Long Chen sneakily walked through the shrubbery. After crossing a few small hills, a deep valley with lush trees appeared in front of him. The valley was filled with fog and the air was very humid. Just as Long Chen arrived, he felt that it was difficult to breathe. "Stop." Following Lingxi's instructions, Long Chen hid behind a tall, unknown ancient tree. At this time, Lingxi carefully spread her perception towards the depths of the valley. There was a huge cave in the depths of the valley. There were no signs of people, and the things that Lingxi mentioned were all inside. "I'm not sure what it is, but I'm sure that it's a profound tear medicine." Profound tear? Above the yellow tear is the profound tear. For your Biyao town, profound tear spirit herbs are extremely expensive. I reckon that even if you sold all your assets in Biyao town, you wouldn't be able to exchange for a single profound tear spirit herb. Lingxi spoke casually, but Long Chen's heart was in turmoil. He knew that there were still other levels above the Dragon Vein realm. That mysterious Lord Wolf should be at this level. Above the yellow tear, there were even stronger demonic beasts, such as the moon-devouring demonic wolf. Be it divine weapons, spiritual herbs, or cultivation techniques, they all had higher levels. Generally speaking, cultivators of different realms would be suited to different cultivation techniques and demonic beasts. However, when it came to elixirs, the higher the grade, the better. Profound rank elixirs were extremely helpful to Dragon Vein realm experts. To the two great clans of Biyao town, whoever obtained this spiritual herb would definitely soar to the sky. According to Lingxi's instructions, Long Chen moved a little closer. At this time, he was almost close to the cave. Long Chen also felt that a powerful aura was sitting not far from him. He held his breath, not daring to move. At this time, Lingxi's slightly surprised voice rang in Long Chen's ears like the sound of a mosquito. I didn't expect there to be something as rare as the God Evolution fruit tree here. Furthermore, there are a total of 3 fruits. The outer skin of these fruits is still unripe, but the God Evolution fruit grows very fast. According to my observation, these 3 God Evolution fruits will ripen in about 8 or 9 days. When Lingxi clearly saw the type of elixir and even knew the ripening date of the fruits, Long Chen knew that there was no need for him to stay here any longer. After taking a deep breath, Long Chen was about to leave. However, at this time, the mysterious person who was guarding the God Evolution fruits suddenly stood up and walked towards the deep valley. Long Chen instantly broke out in a cold sweat. In fact, it was not that he was discovered by the mysterious person, but he was too unlucky to have met the mysterious person standing up to stretch his body and check out the situation outside. If that was the case, with the strength of a level 9 Dragon Vein realm expert, Long Chen would be discovered as soon as he got close to this place. If he had been discovered at such a close distance, it would have been terrible. Long Chen made a prompt decision. Before the mysterious person discovered him, he burst out with his fastest speed and dashed towards the entrance of the valley, diving into the bushes. Who? The mysterious person was shocked and hurriedly rushed out. The speed of a level 9 Dragon Vein realm expert was really not to be underestimated. Long Chen immediately felt a strong gust of wind coming from behind him. The entire bushes suddenly exploded, and a strong aura swept towards Long Chen. Although Long Chen kept changing directions, he still could not shake off the mysterious person. This guy wants to guard the God Evolution fruit. He must be afraid that I will lure him away. Long Chen's mind worked quickly. At this thought, he hurriedly put his finger in his mouth and whistled loudly. Sure enough, when the whistle sounded out, the mysterious person furrowed his brows. Seeing that there was still some distance between him and Long Chen, he looked at Long Chen with an unwilling expression, then he turned around and left. Right at this moment, Long Chen turned around and looked at the mysterious person. It was an old man who was almost as old as the Yang family's ancestor. Although he was old, his body was still strong, and his eyes were still as sharp as ever. Long Chen's quick-witted move immediately caused Ling Shi to feel great admiration for him. After all, there really weren't many people who could think of a way to save their lives in such a critical moment. While fleeing, Long Chen asked, Little Shi, what is the use of that God Evolution fruit you mentioned? Speaking of which, it should be a great help to you. The Evolution God fruit is a low-rank mystic herb, and if you consume it when you break through to the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm, you'll be able to rely on the medicinal strength of the Evolution God fruit to form the mortal core in your Dantian, and break through to the Divine Core realm. Divine Core realm? Long Chen, who had always been an idiot when it came to cultivation, finally knew that the realm after the Dragon Vein realm was called the Divine Core realm. The Divine Core realm was no longer about breaking through to the 9 dragon veins, but forming a mortal core. Looking at Long Chen's confused expression, Lingxi said helplessly, the Divine Core realm is divided into 3 stages, Mortal Core, Earth Core, and Heavenly Core. Each stage is also divided into Early Entry, Minor Completion, and Advanced Completion. That's why you can think of the Divine Core realm as 9 stages. Oh right, that Lord Wolf of yours is actually a Heavenly Core warrior. Long Chen was eagerly absorbing this knowledge. He was actually very smart. The Dragon Vein realm was divided into 9 stages, and the Divine Core realm was also divided into 9 stages. The difference between the early mortal core realm and the advanced heavenly core realm was like the difference between the first and the 9th level of the dragon vein realm. This was what Lingxi meant when she said that the Yang family's ancestor couldn't even withstand a single strike from Lord Wolf. That young Lord Wolf was actually so frightening. Long Chen once again realized that there would always be someone stronger in this world. But Long Chen didn't feel discouraged. He had a mysterious father, and this Lingxi was also very mysterious, but she was a great help to him. As for the mysterious dragon Jade, and the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, it was the best guarantee for him to become stronger. With all these things, and the ability to transform blood into qi, he believed that one day, he would be able to reach the same level as Lord Wolf. Right now, what Long Chen cared about the most was the function of the God Evolution Fruit. In other words, if your Yang family obtains the God Evolution Fruit tree, you will be able to cultivate 3 divine core warriors. This is more than enough for your small family to dominate the surrounding 100 miles. Ling Shi's words caused Long Chen's eyes to burn a little. After all, the God Evolution Fruit was a rare treasure. If the Yang family's ancestor knew about it, he would definitely be very excited. Long Chen knew how long the Yang family's ancestor had been stuck at the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm. As long as he could obtain the God Evolution Fruit, his cultivation would increase, and his lifespan would also increase. He would basically reach the heavens in a single step. There are only a few days left before the God Evolution Fruit ripens. But, I'm currently in the demon hunting tournament, and my main mission is to kill Bai Shiji. As for whether or not I should tell the Yang family's ancestor about the God Evolution Fruit, I'll decide when the time comes. Lingxi nodded her head, then she said, a few hours before the God Evolution Fruit ripens, there will be a strange phenomenon. However, only a few Dragon Vein warriors in Biyao town can sense it, so it will probably cause a fight. Even if you don't tell me, the Yang family's ancestor will know about it. But the result is that the man just now was the first to get the fruit. He never thought there would be such a thing as a strange phenomenon. Long Chen secretly remembered this, then he threw his gaze towards the forest. A cold light gradually emerged from his eyes. I've also wasted a lot of time. Bai Shiji and the others have probably clashed with the demonic beasts for a while. I'll go over now and take his life. After he finished speaking, Long Chen quickly flew towards the other side. Not long after he left, Long Chen suddenly raised his head and discovered that Lord Wolf was sitting on a branch of a tree. Those juniors of the Bai family are going to kill the 3 Yang family members. I think you should hurry up and go help. Long Chen's eyes widened. He almost thought that he had heard wrongly. Bai Shichen and the others want to kill Yang Wu and the others? What the hell is going on? When these bastards came in earlier, they were still in cahoots with each other. Now, they're going to kill each other? This Lord Wolf would definitely not joke with him. If he said so, then it was definitely so. Long Chen didn't really want to care about Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue, but he couldn't ignore Yang Lingqing. If anything happens to Lingqing, I'll make the bastards of your Bai family accompany her in death. Lord Wolf pointed in a direction for Long Chen and said, they're over there. Hurry up and go. Long Chen looked at him gratefully and thanked him. Only then did he explode with his full speed and fly in the direction he had pointed. After he left, Lord Wolf frowned as he looked at his departing figure and muttered, strange, why does he have the aura of a beast warrior on him? This aura is similar to the underground blood lizard. No, it should be similar to the underground blood lizard king. The surrounding scenery kept flashing past his ears. The more Long Chen went, the more anxious he became. He didn't know why the Bai family wanted to kill them. Long Chen knew that the Bai family and the Yang family had a good relationship. It would be fine if there was no conflict, but if one side killed someone, then the relationship would definitely be broken, and they would not rest until one side was dead. Is it because both sides covet the 20 years of management rights? But they are getting married. No matter how smart he was, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. However, at this time, the faint sound of fighting could be heard in front of him. Long Chen's gaze turned cold, and like a cheetah, he moved at high speed in the forest. An empty space suddenly appeared in front of him, and the two people fighting were actually Yang Lingyue and Bai Shiji, the pair that had always been ambiguous. When Long Chen swept his gaze over, he saw that Yang Wu had already fallen to the ground. His face was pale, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Bai Shiji with incomparable anger, while Bai Zhixing and Bai Shidong were beside Yang Wu, restraining the injured Yang Wu. On the other hand, Bai Shiji was just toying with Yang Lingyue. He could have injured Yang Lingyue several times, but he didn't, and only tore off a piece of her clothes. From the start of the fight until now, Yang Lingyue's clothes were getting thinner and thinner, almost revealing her spring scenery. At this time, she was crying so hard that her eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. Bai Shiji, this is a goddamn bastard. Seeing Bai Shiji tear off the clothes on her chest, Yang Lingyue immediately cursed at the top of her lungs. Chapter 32. Yang Lingyue looked at Bai Shiji's lustful gaze, her eyes filled with despair. She knew very well what Bai Shiji was going to do here. Originally, she had indeed fallen in love with Bai Shiji and had fantasized about this day, but this day had come so suddenly. Only when she had to do it in front of everyone, even in front of her brother, did she realize how much pain she was in. Bai Shiji, why? Why are your Bai family treating us like this? The ones you want to kill aren't us? Why are you targeting us? Let go of my sister. Yang Wu was already seriously injured, and under the control of Bai Shidong and Bai Zhixing, he was basically unable to move. Brother, save me. Yang Lingyue's desperate voice caused Yang Wu's eyes to turn bloodshot. However, the bone-piercing pain in his body had completely restricted his movements. Just now, Bai Shichen and Bai Shiji had teamed up to deal with him, and it was a complete sneak attack, which was why he was so easily injured. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Seeing that his sister was about to be humiliated, his eyes were about to spit out fire, but he immediately felt a pitiful sense of powerlessness. Just as the two of them were in despair, a gust of wind came from the forest beside them. In the next moment, a figure was already standing not far away from Bai Shiji, sizing up the scene with a face full of surprise. The person who had come was Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen had actually appeared at this time, Bai Shiji stopped his claw of Lushan and looked at Long Chen sinisterly. He sneered and said, I was just about to finish my business before looking for you, but I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. That's fine, I'll take care of you first, then enjoy this little demoness. When Yang Lingyue and Yang Wu saw that someone had come here, they immediately felt a sense of relief. However, when they saw that the person who had come was actually Long Chen, they all froze and turned their faces away with gloomy expressions. To them, Long Chen's arrival was better than not coming. On one hand, they had been so close to the Bai clan before, and had rejected Long Chen. Now that they had actually suffered from their treacherous hands, it was inevitable that they would be mocked by Long Chen. On the other hand, Long Chen was only at the 5th level of the Dragon Vein stage. Encountering Bai Shiji, who was at the 7th level of the Dragon Vein stage, was just one more person dying. With Long Chen blocking in front, they could delay their humiliation and death. This was probably the only reason why Long Chen had appeared in their hearts. Seeing Long Chen appear, Shidong and Bai Zhixing were a little nervous, but when they thought that Bai was still here, they felt a bit at ease. Bai Shidong, in particular, had suffered such humiliation from Long Chen before, but he didn't dare to take revenge. Now that Long Chen had appeared, he immediately put on a brave front and said, Brother Century, after you injure him, can you let me end his life? Yang Long, I, Yang, you, I, you, you, if you. Seeing that Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue had turned their faces away in disappointment when they saw him arrive, Long Chen was so angry that his nose was crooked. These two fellows did not think highly of him at all, so Long Chen was too lazy to save them. He directly ignored Bai Shiji and looked at the disheveled Yang Lingyue, asking, Where is Ling Qing? Yang Lingyue did not answer him. She continued to pull out the remaining clothes on her body, wanting to cover up her exposed spring scenery. However, it was just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. In her opinion, Long Chen's arrival could not save anything. She was still immersed in grief and panic, unable to extricate herself. When she thought about how she would still have to face this after Long Chen's death, she felt like she was about to collapse. This time, Long Chen was truly angry. He was not angry because Yang Lingyue looked down on him, but because he was truly concerned about Yang Lingqing. Yang Lingyue, Yang Wu, let me ask you, where the fuck did Lingqing go? Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue did not make a sound, allowing Long Chen to perform like a clown. However, at this time, Bai Shiji, who had been ignored by Long Chen, was gradually becoming angry. The gloominess in his eyes gradually increased, and the Jin Qi in his body had already begun to riot. As he slowly walked towards Long Chen, his voice was so cold that it made people feel as if they were in a cold winter. You're about to die, yet you still want to act like a hero and care about others? You destroyed my little brother. I've wanted to kill you for a long time. If it wasn't for my grandfather telling me to endure until today, you would have already gone to see that useless old man of yours. What did you say? Long Chen gradually clenched his fists. What he could not bear to hear the most was others calling his father trash, especially from Bai Shiji's mouth. This was because Bai Shiji was Bai Zhanxiong's son, while Yang Xueqing treated Bai Zhanxiong as a treasure. That pitiful woman, if she knew that someone from the Bai family was doing such a thing to a disciple of the Yang family today, I wonder what kind of expression she would have. Bai Shiji's determined look made Long Chen very unhappy, and Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue's trash-like performance made Long Chen's heart filled with rage. Yang Lingqing's life and death were still unknown, and he was even more furious. When he thought about how Bai Shichen was not here right now, and when he came to the Great Desolate Mountain, that guy was so attentive to Yang Lingqing, seeing what Bai Shiji had done to Yang Lingyue, Long Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. When he thought about how Yang Lingqing, who had always treated him so well, might suffer, the Jin Qi in his body surged crazily. It turned into a faint red dragon, surging within his 6 great dragon veins. The dragon imprints that had disappeared due to the transformation slowly appeared on his body again. He could vaguely feel that the blood-red divine dragon image that had disappeared from his organs, bones, blood, and muscles had once again appeared, roaring crazily. If anything happens to Lingqing, all of your Bai family members will be buried with me. All of you, die. In Long Chen's eyes, a scarlet color began to completely dye his pupils red. The surging light red true energy overflowed from the surface of his body. The current situation was that Bai Shiji would not let him leave so easily, so the only way to save Yang Lingqing was to kill Bai Shiji in the shortest amount of time possible. This would also complete the purpose of Long Chen's trip to the Great Desolate Mountain this time. Seeing the terrifying aura erupting from Long Chen's eyes, Bai Shiji was startled for a moment before he sneered, "No wonder you dare to stand in front of me. So you have already reached the 6th level of the Dragon Vein realm. However, do you think you can deal with me with just this realm? Your speed of advancement is quite fast, and I can't let you live. Die." As soon as Bai Shiji finished speaking, Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue immediately looked over nervously. In their subconscious minds, they only hoped that Long Chen would last a little longer. When they heard that Long Chen was already at the 6th level of the Dragon Vein realm, they were pleasantly surprised. It seemed that the despair would come a little later, and they might even be able to hold on until someone came to their rescue. There was finally some hope, but despair was still a shadow that shrouded the two of them. As soon as Bai Shiji finished speaking, he had already launched an attack towards Long Chen. His aura of the 7th level of the Dragon Vein realm completely exploded out. Instantly, a powerful aura swept towards Long Chen. Leaves danced in the air. However, what surprised Bai Shiji was that Long Chen was not pushed back even half a step by this aura. "You actually want to hold on? What a stubborn little fellow. To have such results at this age, you are actually not trash. However, from today onwards, you will not even be able to be trash when you meet me." Within Long Chen's body, the light red true energy dragon was crazily roaring. Long Chen discovered that the pressure that he originally needed to block with all his might did not have much of an effect on him now. Is that so? Long Chen sneered. As Bai Shiji rushed towards him, his eyes darkened. He suddenly roared and also charged towards Bai Shiji. The two of them were like two meteors that collided with each other. With a loud explosion, a resplendent starlight flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The five-direction True Devil Fist collapsed with a loud bang, and the two of them immediately retreated. Long Chen's attack immediately gave Bai Shiji a great shock, while Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue also had a look of pleasant surprise on their faces. After all, Long Chen was still able to withstand a blow from Bai Shiji, which was already a very good result. One had to know that the longer Long Chen lasted, the higher their chances of escaping would be. Therefore, they still watched nervously, praying that Long Chen could hold on for a while longer. Bai Shiji's voice entered their ears at this time. I heard that you have used the Yang family's meteor fist to the peak of perfection. It is indeed not bad to be able to resist 50% of my five-direction True Devil Fist. Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue's faces were immediately filled with despair. It turned out that what Long Chen had resisted just now was only 50% of the five-direction True Devil Fist's power. If Bai Shiji had used 100% of his power, or even the Nether Paradise Finger, wouldn't Long Chen have died in one move? Yang Lingyue's face turned pale once again, while Yang Wu helplessly looked at his own sister, at a loss for what to do. Long Chen was actually laughing in his heart, because he had only used 50% of his strength. However, he did not have the time to waste with Bai Shiji here. Seeing Bai Shiji's complacent expression, other than anger, there was only anger in his heart. Bai Shiji, you are really the first person I have met in my life that I must kill. Long Chen let out an angry roar in his heart. At this time, he had already tested out Bai Shiji's strength. It had only been a few breaths of time, so Long Chen did not have any more time to waste with Bai Shiji. His true energy surged like a dragon, and at this time, he suddenly rushed towards Bai Shiji, causing the ground to tremble slightly from his footsteps. In the process of running, his hands were rapidly forming seals, and the pale red true qi was rapidly rotating, issuing a whistling sound. Bai Shiji, go to hell. At this time, Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue looked at Long Chen in shock, especially Yang Wu. He was extremely familiar with the aura of the Azure Dragon Seal, and in just a short span of 10 days, Long Chen had actually used the Azure Dragon Seal, while Yang Wu had practiced for a full half a year. From this, it could be seen how heaven-defying Long Chen's talent in battle skills was. In just 10 days, the Azure Dragon Seal, impossible, how could he suddenly become such a genius? This was the thought in Yang Lingyue and Yang Wu's hearts. At this time, their brains simply could not wrap around it, nor could they discover what was the difference between the Azure Dragon Seal that Long Chen's light red true energy and the others. Seeing Long Chen suddenly transform into a roaring blood-red divine dragon image, whistling towards him, Bai Shiji was a little shocked, but soon after, it turned into a cold smile. Azure Dragon Seal? How can a half-baked Azure Dragon Seal used by a 6th-level Dragon Vein stage be a match for our Bai family's Nether Paradise Finger? Nether Paradise Finger. Demonic Finger. Chapter 33. Long Chen roared and suddenly transformed into a faint red dragon shadow. With a powerful aura, he charged towards Bai Shiji. At this time, a black light also flashed between Bai Shiji's fingers. As he sneered, the first finger of the Netherworld Heavenly Finger, Demonic Finger of Transformation. Immediately, a black light that was like an arrow pierced towards the dragon's shadow. The two crazy forces collided with a loud bang between the two of them, and a powerful force exploded out, sweeping towards the surroundings. His half-baked Azure Dragon Seal is definitely not a match for Bai Shiji's proficient Demonic Finger of Transformation. Such a thought flashed through Yang Wu's mind. Bai Shiji felt that his opponent's true qi was not as strong as his, and he thought the same. However, in the next moment, an aura that caused his heart to palpitate came from Long Chen's side. That ancient aura caused his face to instantly turn pale. Then, he watched helplessly as his demonic finger of transformation was pushed back bit by bit in front of the other party's faint red dragon shadow. The dragon's shadow shattered the demonic finger of transformation, and before Bai Shiji could even react, an explosive sound rang out as it collided with his body. Instantly, Bai Shiji let out a blood-curdling scream, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and there was a look of disbelief on his face. He simply could not understand how a mere 6th-level Dragon Vein stage cultivator could use the Azure Dragon Seal with such great power. What was that aura that suddenly appeared that caused his heart to palpitate? Although the Azure Dragon Seal had weakened quite a bit, it had still struck Bai Shiji head-on, causing his internal organs to be in a mess. A heart-wrenching pain caused his entire face to contort, and black blood to continuously gush out of his mouth. His fingers weakly grabbed the soil on the ground, wanting to get up, but it was useless. At this moment, Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue, who were originally in despair, were stunned. Yang Wu was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. He shook his head a few times, and only then did he realize that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. He immediately exclaimed, "Impossible, this is impossible." On the other hand, Yang Lingyue's eyes were wide open. The clothes that she had been holding tightly in her hands suddenly fell to the ground. She was almost completely exposed, but she didn't realize it at all, because the shock that Long Chen gave her was too great. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. She had never imagined that Long Chen, who she had originally thought was an ignorant and incompetent wastrel, would be able to cultivate and defeat Yang Zhan all of a sudden. She had already been in disbelief when he defeated her. But now, Long Chen had ruthlessly defeated all the young talents that she had once thought were real. What's going on with this world? As for Bai Zhixing and Bai Shidong, they were too scared to move. Bai Shidong thought back to what he had said to Bai Shiji before, and immediately felt his legs go soft, and he couldn't control his crotch. At this moment, Bai Shiji was struggling with all his might, but it could only make his internal injuries worse. He could already feel that his vision was starting to blur, and the sunlight seemed to be a little dazzling. In a trance, a figure was looking down at him from above, and Bai Shiji gradually realized that it was Long Chen. Suddenly, a hand strangled his neck. Feeling the ice-cold strength of the finger, Bai Shiji thought in a daze, Am I going to die? Is he going to kill me? Why? It shouldn't be like this, why? But the hand suddenly left his neck. Long Chen spat on his face and said coldly, "Fuck, I'll come back to take your dog life after I save Ling Qing." While he was still looking at Bai Shiji, his figure suddenly moved. Bai Zhixing and Bai Shidong, who were originally guarding Yang Wu, immediately screamed. Bai Zhixing was the first to be knocked unconscious by Long Chen, while Bai Shidong, when Long Chen's fist reached his face, fell to the ground once again. His face was pale as he looked at Long Chen, and the smell of urine assaulted his nose. Long Chen knocked him out with a kick. "Damn you! You actually peed on Laozi again. In the future, Laozi will kick you every time I see you. Let's see how many times you can pee on me in a day." After saying that, he did not even look at Yang Wu, who was looking at him in shock and fear. He turned to look at Yang Lingyue, who had a dull expression on her face, and said with a faint smile, "Yang Lingyue, don't you think it's a little rude to show your graceful and alluring body to your cousin?" Yang Lingyue suddenly realized that there was no more cloth on her body. She immediately let out an earth-shattering scream and hurriedly grabbed the cloth on the ground with her hands. She looked at Long Chen with grief and indignation. Long Chen was not interested in her at all. He did not waste any more words with her and directly said, "I'm going to save Ling Qing. I'll leave this place to you. Control these 3 people for me. Now tell me, where is Yang Lingqing?" Yang Lingyue's face was pale, but at this time, Yang Wu pointed in a direction and said, "Ling Qing went that way," and Bai Shichen chased after him. Long Chen did not waste any time and directly chased in the direction that Yang Wu had pointed out. Yang Wu stared blankly at him as he disappeared, then looked at Bai Shiji, who was still vomiting blood and struggling on the ground, as well as the unconscious Bai Shidong and Bai Zhixing. Xiaoyu, do you think he can deal with Bai Shichen? Huh? At this time, young Lingyue had just put on her clothes, but she did not have any fabric. Bai Shidong's clothes were already drenched, so she was taking off Bai Zhixing's coat and putting it on herself. The Bai family's sudden attack caused young Lingyue to hate them to death. Do you think he can deal with Bai Shichen? Only then did young Lingyue react. She looked around and said with a trembling voice, Ling Qing should be fine. Hearing his answer, Yang Wu slowly closed his eyes. He knew that from today onwards, the title of the Yang family's #1 youth would no longer belong to him. Instead, it would belong to that youth covered in blood. The moment Long Chen used the Azure Dragon seal to defeat Bai Shiji, Yang Wu had an illusion that Long Chen was no longer a person, but a blood-colored dragon. As for dragons, they had always been existences like kings. This blood-red color was a symbol of slaughter. King of Slaughter. This was the position that Yang Wu had given to Long Chen. To defeat Bai Shiji, he had only used the Meteor Fist and the Azure Dragon seal. It didn't even take half a quarter of an hour, but Long Chen was still very worried about Yang Lingqing. Bai Shichen's strength was much stronger than Yang Lingqing's. If he did not have that kind of playful attitude, perhaps Yang Lingqing would have already been defeated by him. When he thought about how Yang Lingqing might suffer, Long Chen's eyes were about to spit out fire. The Zhen Qi in his body did not decrease because he had defeated Bai Shiji, but instead increased at a high speed. Long Chen, I can feel their auras. Over there. In Lingxi's sword, Lingxi sent another instruction. With Lingxi here, it was much more convenient for Long Chen to walk in the Great Desolate Mountain. He exploded with his fastest speed and rushed in the direction that Lingxi knew. Seeing that he was about to see them, Long Chen was also very nervous, because he was afraid that he would see a scene that would make him uncomfortable. However, before he arrived, Lingxi said, Don't worry, your sister is still fine. They are talking. These words immediately made Long Chen relax. However, his killing intent towards Bai Shichen was not small. Right now, there was such a huge conflict between the Bai and Yang families. Long Chen and Bai Shichen were the strongest people on both sides, but Long Chen had injured Bai Shiji and Yang Wu was also heavily injured. It would be strange if they didn't fight when they met. Hearing that they were still talking, Long Chen slowed down and hid himself. Soon, he saw Yang Lingqing being forced into a corner by Bai Shichen. At this moment, Yang Lingqing's eyes were red and her face was covered in tears. She looked at Bai Shichen with an ice-cold gaze, gritted her teeth, and her body trembled in anger. As for Bai Shichen, he said indifferently, Lingqing, you have to believe in my feelings for you. Actually, I've seen you many times, it's just that I never had the chance to get to know you. If you are willing to follow me, you will definitely be very happy. Yang Lingqing only looked at him hatefully without saying a word. Seeing that Yang Lingqing was still so unyielding, Bai Shichen's voice started to turn cold. Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue have been restrained by us. When the wedding begins, all of your Yang family members will drink the poisoned wine. At that time, not a single one will be left. Yang Wu will also die. As for Yang Lingyue, I think he will be smart enough to choose Shiji. Even Yang Xueqing chose my father and abandoned the Yang family. I also like you, so as long as you follow me, even if there is no Yang family, the 3 women of the Yang family can still get along very happily. You must know that the order my grandfather gave me was to kill all the juniors of the Yang family in the Great Desolate Mountain. Hearing Bai Shichen's words, Long Chen's expression immediately changed. No wonder they attacked the juniors of the Yang family in the Great Desolate Mountain. So the Bai family is planning to exterminate the Yang family. Such a large amount of information set off a storm in Long Chen's heart. The head of the Bai family seemed to be a good person, and indeed had a good relationship with the Yang family's ancestor. Who would have thought that he would make such a move at this time? It was clear that a man's heart was vicious. What is the head of the Bai family's goal? If it's just the 20 years of management rights, with the strength of the juniors of the Bai family, they can easily get it. There is no need to make such a big move. Making the Yang family drink the poisoned wine at the wedding was indeed a great idea. The Yang family's ancestor was so happy that he could even drink a cup of urine, let alone a cup of poisoned wine. All the seniors of the Yang family were dead, and the juniors of the Bai family were going to kill the juniors of the Yang family. The Bai family's move was extremely ruthless, and they could exterminate the Yang family in a day. From the wedding, it could be seen that they had been planning for a long time, and the marriage between Yang Xueqing and Bai Zhanxiong was the most important part of it. Thinking of Yang Xueqing, Long Chen's eyes turned bloodshot. I used to think that although you were cold to me, you were still humane. You knew how to be filial to your parents, be friendly to your peers, and teach the juniors. However, I didn't expect you to be such a ruthless person, helping others to kill your own family. Yang Xueqing. Is your motherfucking brain damaged or what? Are you sick in the head? Long Chen couldn't figure out why Yang Xueqing would act like this. This was far from what he had expected. However, even if Yang Xueqing had abandoned the Yang clan, Long Chen wouldn't abandon the Yang clan. He immediately made a decision. The most important thing now was to kill Bai Shichen, rescue Yang Lingqing, and then kill his way back to the Bai clan. At this time, seeing that Yang Lingqing wasn't going to be moved by force or persuasion, Bai Shichen said coldly, "Yang Lingqing, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then I won't be polite to you today. Let's see what you can do when the raw rice is cooked." Chapter 34. Hearing the originally elegant Bai Shichen make such a threat at this time, Yang Lingqing smiled miserably. She looked at Bai Shichen with contempt and said, "When I heard that you were the strongest of the new generation in Baiyang town, I was like the other girls. I was infatuated with you and was captivated by your elegant demeanor. But today, it seems that you, Bai Shichen, are only a so-so. I won't laugh at you, I'll only laugh at myself. To think that I used to worship a beast like you." Yang Lingqing's contemptuous gaze made the originally calm Bai Shichen suddenly go crazy. At this time, his true nature was exposed, and he immediately gnashed his teeth in anger. The way he bared his fangs and brandished his claws made Yang Lingqing look at him as if he was a clown. Yang Lingqing suddenly said indifferently, "Bai Shichen, you must remember, even if you obtain my body, you can't conquer my soul." She suddenly thought of someone and a smile appeared on her face. "There's one person who is much more outstanding than you. Everyone thinks that he's an incurable hedonistic son of a rich family. He speaks like a hooligan, but the depths of his eyes are 1,000 times clearer than a beast like you." Bai Shichen knew who she was talking about. He laughed mockingly and said, "You stinky brat, you call me a beast? You actually have feelings for your cousin. Such an action, isn't that worse than a beast?" Yang Lingqing was so angry that her face turned red. She angrily said, "Bastard, only your thoughts are so dirty. Could it be that if you want to acknowledge someone, it must involve love? If your mother loves you very much, does that count?" When Bai Shichen saw that Yang Lingqing wasn't afraid of him at this time, this gradually stimulated the madness in his heart. Without saying another word, he threw himself at Yang Lingqing and growled, "I don't care what you are. Once I conquer your body, do you think I won't be able to enslave your soul?" Yang Lingqing. Yang Lingqing was about to shout, but at this time, she suddenly stared behind Bai Shichen. Bai Shichen saw that the person in his arms didn't resist and felt strange. In the next moment, he felt someone standing behind him. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and turned his head. When he saw that Long Chen was in a daze, Yang Lingqing punched his waist and took advantage of this opportunity to rush towards Long Chen. Run! She wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to escape with Long Chen, but to her dismay, Long Chen seemed to be scared silly. His whole body was nailed to the ground, and she couldn't pull him away no matter how she pulled. At this time, Bai Shichen had already reacted, and the two of them no longer had a chance to escape. Yang Lingqing knew that Long Chen was stubborn and irascible. If she stayed here, he would definitely fight to the death with Bai Shichen. At this moment, she could only stand in front of Long Chen and stare at Bai Shichen. At the same time, she said to Long Chen, "Quickly run, the Bai family wants to poison Grandpa and the others at the wedding banquet. Quickly run back and tell them." As she said this, tears flowed from her eyes. Today's matter was the biggest ordeal she had suffered in the past 16 years. She and Long Chen were born on the same day, the same month, and the same year, but they had different paths. She grew up being pampered, but Long Chen rolled around alone since he was a child, stumbling along for the past 16 years. Seeing this girl standing in front of him and thinking for his sake, it was impossible for Long Chen not to feel touched. However, Yang Lingqing wanted him to escape. To him, this was impossible. He, Long Chen, was never the kind of person who would let a woman stand in front of him. At this moment, Bai Shichen suddenly laughed coldly. "Are you the person she was talking about? There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. Instead, you barged into hell. Fine, since you and Ling Qing are fated to be together today, I will put on a good show for you with her." Yang Lingqing had already spoken to Long Chen, but when she saw that Long Chen was unmoved, she became anxious and shouted, "Big brother Chen, are you a man? Don't you think about the bigger picture? My grandpa and the others' lives are in your hands." Long Chen raised his head and looked at her dotingly. He pursed his lips and pulled the girl behind him. Then, his resolute voice reached Yang Lingqing's ears. "Ling Qing, I've only stood up for you once in your entire life. It was indeed very embarrassing. Today, this fellow actually made you cry. Since you shed tears, I'll make him bleed. As for Grandpa and the others, just give me half an hour." Although his tone was calm, it contained determination, confidence, and decisiveness. This made Yang Lingqing feel a little dazed. She suddenly remembered that time at the Warriors' Market Square, when she had been bullied by Bai Zhixing. At that time, Long Chen had also stood in front of her like this. Although his back wasn't very majestic, his steel-like backbone made her feel inexplicably at ease. Even though Long Chen was facing the most talented person in Biyao town. "Big brother is handling things. You should retreat to the back and watch. Learn from me how to teach bad people a lesson." Yang Lingqing nodded in a daze. Then, she was gently pushed into the forest by Long Chen. When he saw that Long Chen didn't actually let Yang Lingqing escape first, Bai Shichen was a little surprised. He said in a low voice, "Kid, shouldn't you let her escape first in a normal situation? I was just about to be moved, but I didn't expect that your brain had already been damaged." However, Long Chen said, "That's because there's no need to let her escape when I'm dealing with you. I only have half an hour. I heard that you, Bai Shichen, are the legend of Biyao town. Today, I'll shatter your legend in front of my sister." Bai Shichen sized up Long Chen and suddenly burst into laughter. Wishful thinking, as he burst into laughter, Long Chen's powerful aura was already pressing towards him. In an instant, the two of them were at each other's throats. Meanwhile, Yang Lingqing was hiding beside an old tree, watching the two of them nervously. Although she knew that Long Chen wasn't Bai Shichen's match, there was a strange force in her heart that made her believe that Long Chen would win. "Although you unintentionally caused my brother's death, you have always been a great hero in my heart." Actually, Long Chen had long forgotten about this matter. It was just that Yang Lingqing had always remembered it. When they were only around 6 years old, Yang Lingqing had been very playful and would always sneak out of the Yang family's house to run deep into the forest. One day, she had encountered a few wild wolves. At that time, it was Long Chen who had stood in front of her and helped her chase them away. That time, Long Chen had been bitten all over, but Yang Lingqing had only been scared out of her wits. When the two of them returned to the Yang family's house, Yang Lingqing couldn't stop crying. At that time, Yang Xueqing had thought that it was Long Chen who had taken her out, so she had severely punished Long Chen. Actually, because of this matter, Yang Lingqing had been blaming herself for many years. "You've just forgotten about it." Actually, This is the third time you've stood in front of me and you've never fallen. Looking at Long Chen's back, she felt as if she had returned to the year when she was 6 years old. A skinny figure holding a sharp stone was fighting a few hungry wolves. Although his body had been bitten and was dripping with blood, he didn't even shed a single tear. Thinking about it, Yang Lingxing's eyes brimmed with tears. At this time, Long Chen was staring at Bai Shichen. After exchanging blows with Bai Shichen a few times, he had already probed that Bai Shichen was indeed much stronger than Bai Shiji. It was obvious that he had already touched the threshold of the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm. At this time, Bai Shichen stopped and looked at Long Chen in shock. He said, "They all said that you're at the 5th level of the Dragon Vein realm, but I didn't expect that you've already entered the 6th level and are about to break through to the 7th level. You've really hidden yourself well, but with just this level, you want to deal with me, who is close to the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm?" Long Chen admitted that this was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Although the underground blood lizard king's strength was extremely strong, several times stronger than Bai Shichen's, it was not as difficult to deal with as Bai Shichen. Bai Shichen had already immersed himself in the martial way for more than 10 years, and his talent was even greater than Bai Shiji's. It would not be that easy for Long Chen to defeat him. At this time, Bai Shichen looked at the lovely Yang Lingqing again, and his heart was suddenly filled with anger. He did not have time to play around with Long Chen, and directly said, "I admit that you are indeed a difficult opponent. Apart from the Nether Heavenly Finger, none of the other combat skills I have can deal with you, so, just wait for your death." Nether Heavenly Finger again? Long Chen raised his head and said, "I heard that you have the second finger of the Nether Heavenly Finger. I wonder if I have the honor to try it today?" Bai Shichen was startled, and immediately laughed. "I understand what you mean. You want to die a heroic death in front of Ling Qing, right? Seeing that you still have some strength, I will reluctantly fulfill your request." Yang Lingqing also looked at Long Chen in confusion, not knowing what he was trying to do. The power of the first finger of the Nether Heavenly Finger, the demonic transformation finger, was about the same as the Azure Dragon Seal. How could Long Chen block the second finger? Even though she trusted Long Chen, Yang Lingqing's little heart still beat faster. Bai Shichen was extremely excited when he thought about how he would be able to obtain Yang Lingqing soon. He coldly looked at the idiot Long Chen, who was not afraid of death, and gradually extended his right hand's middle finger. A black stream of water immediately coiled around his middle finger, and a powerful aura spread out in all directions. This stream of energy let out a series of sharp whistles as it revolved, and rapidly grew stronger. In an instant, it was as if a huge vortex had appeared. Bai Shichen's eyes turned cold, and he took one last look at Long Chen. Just as he was about to attack with the second finger of the Nether Heavenly Finger, he discovered that Long Chen was rapidly forming seals. "You actually learned the Azure Dragon Seal in 10 days? All the more reason why I can't let you live." As he thought of this, Bai Shichen unleashed the full power of the second finger of the Nether Heavenly Finger. A black vortex suddenly expanded, and a hurricane instantly swept out in all directions. Leaves and branches exploded, and soil was sent flying in all directions. Bai Shichen let out a roar, and the surging attack surged towards Long Chen. Nether Heavenly Finger, 9 revolutions of the Yellow Springs. Faced with this earth-shattering attack, Yang Lingqing was so scared that her face turned pale. However, Long Chen's expression didn't change. He wasn't affected by Bai Shichen's powerful second finger. Instead, he focused on completing his own attack. Compared to before, an even more intense aura erupted from his body. Between his fingers, there were a total of 9 light red strands of energy swimming about. As the imprint was completed, 9 indistinct divine dragons appeared under Long Chen's control. Yang Lingqing had originally wanted to tell Long Chen to dodge, but at that moment, she actually saw the indistinct images of 9 blood-red divine dragons on Long Chen's body. She had seen this scene before. It was when Yang Qingxian had attacked, and he had used the strongest move of the Yang family's dragon seal. Taixian Dragon Seal. Chapter 35. Yang Lingqing knew that Long Chen had only obtained the dragon seal for about 15 days. When they first went to the warrior market, Yang Lingqing felt that the dragon seal was a waste in his hands. After all, Long Chen was only at the 5th level of the dragon vein realm. With Long Chen's talent and battle skills, if he had used the azure dragon seal, Yang Lingqing would not have been so surprised. However, Long Chen had used the Taishian dragon seal. In the Yang family, there were 3 people who could use the Taishian dragon seal: the Yang family's ancestor, Yang Qingxian, and Yang Xueqing. Long Chen was only at the 6th level of the dragon vein realm, but he could use the Taishian dragon seal. He was 2 levels lower than Yang Xueqing. This kind of talent was much stronger than the second finger of the netherworld finger that Bai Shichen had learned. At this moment, under the attack of the Yellow Spring's 9 revolutions, although the opponent's aura was a little too strong, Bai Shichen still did not know that Long Chen had used the Taishian dragon seal. When the Taishian dragon seal was successfully formed, under Long Chen's control, the 9 divine dragon images quickly condensed into a ball. Immediately, a rotating, light red dragon-shaped energy immediately met the second finger of the netherworld finger. This vibration was much stronger than when Long Chen had dealt with Bai Shiji. Even an amateur like Yang Lingqing could see that Long Chen was very familiar with the Taishian dragon seal. It was much stronger than Bai Shichen's Yellow Spring's 9 revolutions. When it came to the Yellow Spring's 9 revolutions, Bai Shichen could not even keep his aim steady. He was still not at the 8th level of the dragon vein realm, so it was much more strenuous for him. However, Long Chen was different. This move of the Taishian dragon seal was even more complete than Yang Qingxuan's. The majestic aura, coupled with the bloody aura of a dragon of slaughter on Long Chen's body, immediately became incomparably huge. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. Under Bai Shichen's incredulous gaze, a spinning divine dragon image completely shattered his half-baked, half-formed 9 revolutions of the Yellow Springs. In terms of the strongest battle skill, he was even more thoroughly defeated than Bai Shiji. That powerful dragon aura whistled over. His face immediately became deathly pale and he fled in a sorry state. However, the huge attack still bombarded his shoulder. Bai Shichen spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into the boulder behind him. Instantly, the boulder shattered, and Bai Shichen's back was also scratched by the fragments of the boulder. Impossible. Bai Shichen's eyes were filled with madness. He couldn't believe this outcome at all. He was well aware of Long Chen's strength, and it was impossible for him to erupt with such a powerful battle prowess. But the truth was right in front of his eyes, and the piercing pain in his chest and left shoulder told him that this was not an illusion. He had really been defeated by Long Chen's move. That's the Taishian dragon seal. Impossible. How could Long Chen learn the Taishian dragon seal at this realm of strength? Just as he was crazily venting, he suddenly saw Long Chen standing in front of him with an evil smile. When Bai Shichen saw this smile, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, he finally understood why Bai Shidong and Bai Zhixing were so afraid of Long Chen. He didn't have much strength left in his body, but Bai Shichen wasn't someone who would easily admit defeat. He dragged his heavily injured body and was about to turn around and escape, but Long Chen's faint voice had already reached his ears. If you want to touch my sister, I'll be too embarrassed to touch your brother. With a sudden kick, Bai Shichen's face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. His bloodshot eyes suddenly bulged out as he screamed and fell to the ground. His body curled up like a prawn as he trembled and rolled around. Yang Lingqing walked over and saw that Bai Shichen was in such pain. She was immediately surprised and said, "Chen, what did you do to him? Why is he in so much pain?" "I don't know, maybe it's because he can't bear to lose to me." "That's right, Lingqing, let's hurry up and leave this desolate mountain. Bai Shiji and the others have all been captured by me. If they want to deal with our Yang family, we'll kidnap their juniors and kill our way back to the Bai family. If they dare to make a move on grandfather and the others, we'll kill one if they kill one." Speaking of the Yang family members who were still in the Bai family, Long Lingqing was also very anxious. A long time had already passed and the sun was gradually setting. If they didn't hurry back, the Yang family's ancestor and the others might have suffered a great calamity. Although the method that Long Chen was talking about was dangerous, it was the only way to save them. If it was only her, Yang Lingqing, she naturally wouldn't know what to do. However, with Long Chen as her backbone, she felt much more at ease. In her heart, if Long Chen could even defeat Bai Shichen and create such a miracle, then what else couldn't he do? The fact that Long Chen had already captured Bai Shiji was no longer a surprise to Yang Lingqing. Without further ado, Long Chen ignored Bai Shichen's pain and grabbed his collar. He brought Yang Lingqing and headed in the direction of Yang Wu and the others. The distance between the two places was actually not far, and with the urgency of the situation, Long Chen and Yang Lingqing moved very quickly. Soon, they arrived at the empty space where Yang Wu and the others were. When Long Chen threw the painfully howling Bai Shichen and Bai Shiji together, Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue were already numb. Facing Long Chen, their hearts were filled with fear. When they thought about how they had lost so much face, they couldn't even raise their heads. Long Chen checked and found that Bai Zhixing and Bai Shidong had both fainted. Bai Shiji was still awake, but he was so heavily injured that he couldn't move. As for Bai Shichen, there was no need to talk about it. In the future, Bai Shichen would probably never be able to talk about cooking rice again, because it could no longer be cooked. Long Chen raised his head and looked at Yang Wu, who had already stood up. He said, "Your injuries should be fine now, right?" Yang Wu looked at the two miserable people on the ground. Compared to them, his injuries could only be considered minor, so he said, "I'm fine." In this small group of Yang family's younger generation, the leader had already become Long Chen. Without saying a word, Long Chen picked up Bai Shichen and Bai Shiji and said coldly, "We need to hurry down the great desolate mountain and rush back to the Bai family. Take these two fellows hostage. As for why, Ling Qing will explain it to you on the way." Long Chen had consecutively defeated Bai Shiji and Bai Shichen, and even saved them. Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue naturally didn't dare to object. Bai Shidong's body reeked of urine. To a girl like Yang Lingyue, it was naturally an extremely disgusting thing, so Bai Shidong could only be handed over to Yang Wu. The group quickly descended the mountain. On the way, Ling Qing told Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue everything. Yang Wu frowned and said, "How could this be? These people from the Bai family are worse than beasts." But Ling Qing, is third aunt really like this? Impossible, right? Based on my understanding of third aunt's character, I think it's impossible. Yang Lingyue usually stayed with Yang Xueqing the most. She also said doubtfully, "I also think it's impossible. Third aunt usually treats me very well. Last time, she gave me the spirit jades I used to break through to the 6th level of the Dragon Vein realm." Yang Lingqing shook her head in pain and said, "I don't know either, but that's what Bai Shichen said." At the mention of Yang Xueqing, the three of them raised their heads and looked at Long Chen, who was running at the front. They felt that Long Chen's killing intent had become very heavy, so they didn't dare to say anything more. There's no need to say any more. Go to the Bai family and you'll naturally know everything. Long Chen's voice floated over from the front. Although his tone was very indifferent, the three behind him knew how heavy his heart was. Today was a big day in Biyao town. There were two great families in Biyao town, and these two families controlled the lifeline of Biyao town. Today was a big day for the Bai family and Yang family, so it was naturally a big day for Biyao town. The exciting big hunting competition was one of the events, but the most joyous event was the marriage between the Bai family and Yang family. This was the first marriage between the Bai family and Yang family. The first wife of the Bai family's third son, Bai Zhanxiong, passed away after giving birth to two children for him. Bai Zhanxiong had suffered for so many years, and finally, when Yang Xueqing became a widow, they successfully got married. In the eyes of outsiders, it was actually not easy for Bai Zhanxiong. Since it was a big event for the Bai family and Yang family, there were naturally many people who came to attend the wedding. Basically, all the famous people in Biyao town and the surrounding areas were present. They gathered in the same room, drinking and chatting merrily. At this time, the wedding ceremony had already ended, and the bride had already been sent to the bridal chamber. The groom, Bai Zhanxiong, was drinking with everyone. "Heroes, I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Brother Bai is so generous. I wish Brother Bai and Sister Xueqing to grow old together, and be united forever. Have a son soon, have a son soon. I'll definitely work hard." A group of people laughed, and it was very lively. At this time, a guard suddenly came to Bai Zhanxiong's ear and said a few words. Bai Zhanxiong poured another cup of wine and said to the crowd, "Brothers, today is this Bai's big day. Everyone, drink to your heart's content, chat to your heart's content, I'll be going first." Under the cheers of the guests, Bai Zhanxiong passed through the corridor and came to a large hall. There was also a banquet in the hall, but there weren't many people at the banquet. The people present were all from the Bai and Yang family. Because there were several juniors who had already gone to participate in the big hunting competition, the number of people here couldn't compare to the outside, but it was still very lively. When Bai Zhanxiong came in, the Yang family's old ancestor and the Bai family's patriarch were drinking happily. At this time, Bai Zhanxiong came in and quietly closed the door. Several guards secretly appeared in front of the door. Only then did Bai Zhanxiong feel relieved. Laughing loudly, he walked in the direction of the Yang family's old ancestor and said loudly, "Uncle Yang, oh no, father-in-law, today, your son-in-law, your son-in-law, toast you." Bai Zhanxiong finally had time to come in after dealing with the guests outside. The Yang family's old ancestor was also very happy, and hurriedly pulled Bai Zhanxiong to sit beside him. It was obvious that he was really happy today. At this time, his face was red, and he pulled Bai Zhanxiong and said, "When you were born, your father and I were still waiting outside the door. To be honest, I was no less nervous than your father. After all, you and Qing had been betrothed before you were born. Later, the two of you happened to be a man and a woman, but fate made a fool of people, and Long Qinglan appeared. But today, the two of you have finally come to fruition, and I'm sincerely happy for you." Speaking of this, the Yang family's old ancestor suddenly felt a little dizzy and tired. He immediately smiled and said, "I'm really old and useless. I've drunk so little wine, and I'm about to fall." Bai Zhanxiong patted the Yang family's old ancestor on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Yes, it's time for you to fall, and so is your Yang family. Biyao town, after all, is still our Bai family's territory." Chapter 36. The ancestor of the Yang family blinked his eyes and looked at Bai Zhanxiong in confusion. He felt that Bai Zhanxiong had said something wrong. But at this time, Bai Zhanxiong stretched out his hand and patted his old face. "Old man, the taste of this nightmare flower is not bad, right? Try using your qi and see if it will cause you heart-wrenching pain." After being slapped in the face a few times, the ancestor of the Yang family realized that something was wrong. Following Bai Zhanxiong's instructions, he used his qi and his dantian twitched. It was as if his dantian would be completely destroyed if he used a little more force. The Yang family ancestor, who was already a little drunk, suddenly woke up. A cold light burst from his eyes as he stared at Bai Zhanxiong, who had a sanctimonious smile on his face. He had already remembered what the nightmare flower was. It was a poisonous elixir with a strong medicinal effect. If the flower was consumed directly, it would directly destroy the dragon veins and dantian. If the nightmare flower was used to bloom with water, the medicinal effect would be weakened. If the poisoned person did not use their qi, it would be fine. Once they used their qi, their dantian would definitely explode. However, even if the nightmare flower melted into water, there would still be a strong fragrance. The Yang family ancestor clearly remembered that the wine he drank before had a strange fragrance. However, he was in a good mood, so how could he care about the faint fragrance of the flower in the wine? At this time, the faces of the Yang family members changed dramatically. They found that the moment they used their qi in their dantian would become as weak as tofu. At this time, how could they not know that they had fallen into the Bai family's trap? The poison of the nightmare flower was not to be underestimated. It was famous far and wide and made people tremble with fear. Who would have thought that the Bai family would use it on the Yang family? The most incredulous of them all was the ancestor of the Yang family. He looked at Bai Zhanxiong blankly and then at the head of the Bai family. He said with hatred, Bai Sheng, why have I, Yang Zhanxiong, treated you well? The Bai clan's clan leader's face, which was originally glowing, was now as dark as a ball of black dough. He coldly snickered. I want to ask you, at your age, how did you manage to keep this laughable naivety in your heart until now? He gestured to Bai Zhanxiong and said, Xiong, go and drink your cross-cup wine. Bring Yang Xueqing here too. Today, let the whole family die together. Hearing the Bai family's patriarch actually say the word die, the faces of the Yang family members instantly changed. Although they couldn't use their true qi, they still quickly gathered together. As for the Yang family patriarch, Yang Qingxian, Yang Yuntian, and the others, they all stood in front with ashen faces. Behind them were the other sons of the Yang family ancestor, and of course, the old, the weak, the women, and the children of the Yang family. At this time, Yang Qingxian moved closer to the Yang family ancestor's ear and mournfully said, Father, as long as they have a bit of true qi cultivation, they will all be infected by this nightmare flower. Bai family, those hateful bastards. At this time, the Yang family patriarch's heart was trembling violently. The words of the Bai family patriarch had completely stunned him. He could not imagine that this person who had been his good brother for almost a lifetime, at this time, was looking at him with such a playful look, as if he did not know him at all. After a while, the disheveled Yang Xueqing was dragged over by Bai Zhanxiong. At this time, the two of them were still dressed in bright red clothes, and Yang Xueqing was dressed very beautifully. However, when she saw her father and brother surrounded, and saw their pale faces, Yang Xueqing's heart fell to the bottom of the valley. Bai Zhanxiong, what are you doing? Is the Bai family crazy today? Unable to use her true qi, Yang Xueqing was basically a weak woman in front of Bai Zhanxiong. Bai Zhanxiong released her hand and slapped her hard. He said coldly, You'd better be quiet. As he said that, he pushed Yang Xueqing towards the Yang family patriarch. Yang Xueqing suddenly rolled on the ground a few times. Her originally beautiful dress was now crooked, especially the red mark on her face. It was very eye-catching. The Yang family patriarch quickly helped the agitated Yang Xueqing up. At this time, he did not say a word, but pushed Yang Xueqing behind him. After being the overlord of Biyao town for so many years, even without true qi, the Yang family patriarch's power was still not to be underestimated. He raised his head, his deep-set eyes as sharp as a falcon's gaze swept across the group of people from the Bai family, and finally stopped on the Bai family patriarch. The Bai family patriarch sneered and said, Look at your daughter now. 18 years ago, she abandoned my son and followed a good-for-nothing. Now that that good-for-nothing is dead, she wants to reconcile with my son. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Is she still worthy of my son? The Yang family patriarch still did not speak, but hearing this, Yang Xueqing's face instantly turned pale. She had already expected this, but when the patriarch actually said it, she found that she could not bear it at all. She looked at Bai Zhanxiong in disbelief, looking at this man who vowed to her so confidently. But Bai Zhanxiong did not care at all, and said, Today's wedding is just a means for us to destroy your Yang family. I, Bai Zhanxiong, live a free life. What woman can I not have? Do I even need a broken flower like you? Father, since we have succeeded, let's do it now, lest the night is fraught with trouble. At this time, the fourth son of the Bai family, Bai Zhanfeng, also smiled and said, By the way, let me tell you something, the demon hunting competition is about to end, but I think the Yang family will probably hand over 0 demon cores, because they will not have the chance to kill any demon beasts. Shichen and Century have already taken their lives, right? Bai Zhanxiong looked at Yang Xueqing coldly and continued, "Your bastard castrated my son. If I did not catch you all in one fell swoop today, that bastard would have died long ago. How could I have endured until now?" The words of these two brothers were like a bolt from the blue, striking the Yang family. When some of the women heard that their sons and daughters had died, they immediately fainted from grief. The only ones who were still holding on were the Yang family's old ancestor and Yang Qingxian. Thinking that Yang Wu and the others had died in the hands of the other party, the Yang family's old ancestor and the others suddenly felt that their hearts were about to break. Staring at the ugly faces of the Bai family, the Yang family's old ancestor panted heavily. Even the usually good-tempered Yang Qingshuan's eyes were now bloodshot. The veins on his neck were bulging. If it was not for the Yang family's old ancestor who still had some sense to stop him, he would have rushed forward and fought with his life. One had to know that he had lost a son and a daughter. They were practically Yang Qingshuan's life's work. "By family, all of you will die a horrible death." At this time, Yang Qingxian was like a beast. One of Yang Yintian's sons had already died. Yang Lingxing's recent performance had been very good, and she was also his favorite. Thinking that the kind girl was gone just like that, Yang Yintian had also turned into a ferocious beast. "Bai Sheng, Bai Zhanxiong, Bai Zhanfeng, and you are simply beasts." As for Yang Xueqing, she was still in a state of disbelief. She could not believe that all of this was true. Bai Zhanxiong had never loved her. The wedding that she had been looking forward to was actually the other party's plot to destroy her family. And she, Yang Xueqing, because of her stupidity, had become the Yang family's sinner. From great joy to great sorrow, the change in mood was so great that the Yang family felt that it was difficult to breathe. At this moment, Yang Xueqing thought of death. Only by dying could she escape from this place. Only then could she not blame herself so much, only then could she be completely free. This was her only path today, she could only walk this path. After being poisoned by the nightmare flower, Yang Xueqing naturally knew that if she used her true qi, her dantian would rupture. But this was in line with her wishes. Yang Qingxian and Yang Yintian had lost their children. The Yang family's ancestor only cared about stopping them and missed Yang Xueqing. The Bai family also looked at Yang Qingxian and Yang Yintian like monkeys, but they missed Yang Xueqing. At this time, Yang Xueqing's face revealed a smile of relief. At this time, she thought about many things about her life. Her dreams when she was a young girl, the dazzling light when Long Qinglan first appeared. She had obtained happiness, but it came so quickly that it was so thorough. Therefore, she hated Long Qinglan. Even the flesh and blood that Long Qinglan gave birth to, she also hated. She herself did not know why she hated Long Chen so much. She just felt that Long Chen was too similar to Long Qinglan. Whether it was his appearance, his tone of speech, his eyes, his persistence, his thoughts, his character, his soul, everything was exactly the same as Long Qinglan. Although Long Chen was her son, there was nothing in him that belonged to Yang Xueqing at all. Because she hated Long Qinglan who ruined her life, she also hated Long Chen. Especially during this period of time, Long Chen's strength had shockingly soared, and the way he behaved was exactly the same as Long Qinglan in the past. Long Chen's arrogance stabbed her self-esteem. And now, when she found out that her illusion turned out to be a scam, when she found out that she had harmed the entire Yang family, before she died, she suddenly thought of this son. She thought of everything about him. This child's self-esteem was also extremely strong. When Yang Xueqing and Long Qinglan didn't care about him, he would never beg for even a trace of care from them. Although he was born in the Yang family and did not have to worry about food and clothing, he had lived alone since he was young. He was like a stray dog living in the Yang family. No one cared for him, no one guided him, only wounds that would not stop appearing on his body. The first time she told him that she was going to marry Bai Zhanxiong, the proud and aloof figure of him leaving, the stubborn look in his eyes after he defeated Yang Lingyue, all these images replayed in Yang Xueqing's mind time and time again. Until tears flowed from her eyes. Until the moment when all her dreams were shattered, she finally realized how much she had let down this strong-minded child. But it was too late now, because Long Chen had already died in the hands of the Bai family's younger generation. Child, don't be afraid. I will be with you soon. Who knows, the three of us might be able to build a beautiful family in hell. If there's a next life, I will definitely repay the regrets I have towards you in this lifetime. But now, she gradually raised her head, and her cold eyes landed on the smirking Bai Zhanxiong. She murmured, I don't want to be ashamed to see you after I die, so I have to at least kill this demon. The crowd was in an uproar, because everyone saw that Yang Xueqing was actually rushing towards Bai Zhanxiong, and from her hand gesture, it was obvious that she was going to use the Taishian dragon seal. And at this moment, the door that was clearly closed suddenly exploded, and the door broke into pieces and flew into the hall. A few guards also fell through the door, howling in pain. Chapter 37. Yang Xueqing's sudden attack shocked everyone in the Bai family. Bai Zhanxiong, who was the target of the attack, was too close to Yang Xueqing. He didn't expect that Yang Xueqing would use such a suicidal attack. As for the Yang family, their eyes were wide open. Although they knew that their entire family might die here today, it was still very uncomfortable to watch their clansmen die. Especially the Yang family's ancestor and the others. Their expressions changed drastically. Xueqing, come back. Although the Yang family's ancestor shouted, Yang Xueqing had already made up her mind. How could she stop her footsteps? In her eyes, the whole world was filled with her surging true qi and Bai Zhanxiong, who was laughing unscrupulously in front of her. At this moment, the red wooden door was shaken into sawdust, and several guards at the door were knocked down. Under everyone's bewildered and horrified gazes, a few youths quickly rushed into the hall, and the leader directly kicked the guards who were blocking the way, causing them to crash into the dragon pillars of the hall. When they saw the appearance of these youths, everyone was shocked. Everyone in the Bai family looked at these people in disbelief. Even the cunning Bai family's patriarch's eyes widened when he saw such a scene. He sucked in a breath of cold air and his face was full of horror. As for the Yang family, they felt like they were dreaming, especially Yang Qingxian and the others. They thought that their children were dead, but none of them died. In fact, they were all alive and well. This huge surprise made it hard for them to adjust their breathing. The feeling of being rescued from a desperate situation came so suddenly that everyone's faces were still stiff. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Long Chen led the other three people into the main hall with a cold expression. At this moment, Yang Wu was pinching the neck of the frightened and trembling Bai Shidong. Yang Lingqing and Yang Lingyue were controlling Bai Zhixing's life and death. As for Long Chen, he grabbed Bai Shiji and Bai Shichen's collars with one hand and dragged them into the hall. Bai Shiji and Bai Shichen were bleeding a lot at this time. The loss of blood had already made their faces pale. On the ground of the hall, Long Chen dragged two long bloodstains. To the members of the Bai family, this scene was beyond their expectations and shocking to the eyes. Especially Bai Zhanxiong and the other fathers, when they saw that their sons were dying, with only a trace of life left in them, their hearts twitched violently. Bai Zhanxiong looked at Long Chen in disbelief at first, but it gradually turned into a terrifying killing intent. When Yang Xueqing saw Long Chen when he came in and met his gloomy eyes, she stopped attacking and looked at Long Chen in a daze. At this time, the Yang family's patriarch pulled her back at the right time. At this moment, Yang Xueqing still felt like she was dreaming. In her world, everyone had disappeared. There was only this young man in front of her. His eyes were filled with endless pride and arrogance. He was dragging his spoils of war and proudly walking into the palace that belonged to the strong in Poplar Town. Yang Xueqing's eyes were filled with regret. Long Chen had seen her attack on Bai Zhanxiong just now. Before coming, the most unbelievable news that Long Chen had heard was that Yang Xueqing had betrayed the Yang family. This was something that his heart could not bear. But now, it seemed that all of this was just Bai Shichen deceiving him in order to obtain Yang Lingqing. Only then did Long Chen's tightened heartstrings loosen a little. However, at this time, looking at the Yang family's faces and their current situation, Long Chen already knew that they were poisoned. Before coming here, Long Chen had interrogated Bai Shidong about the type of poison. He also knew that the Bai family had the antidote for this nightmare flower. Bai Shidong and Bai Zhixing were still conscious at this time. When they saw that they had returned to the family, they shouted in panic, "Dad, Grandpa, save me! Save me!" Yang Wu and the others were very nervous at this time, especially the two girls, Yang Lingqing. However, when they saw that there was still a figure in front of them, they felt relieved. At this time, everyone could see that among the younger generation of the Yang family, the leader was no longer Yang Wu, but the recently famous Long Chen. Bai Shichen and Bai Shiji were young experts in the 7th layer of the Dragon Vein realm. Bai Shichen was also known as the #1 genius in Baiyang town in more than 20 years. At this time, these two geniuses were actually carried in the hands of Long Chen like dead dogs. Didn't that mean that these two guys were defeated by Long Chen? This was simply too ridiculous, so basically no one believed it. At this time, the Bai family had already accepted this result, that their younger generation of the Bai family had been completely defeated in the demon hunting competition. The Bai family head stood up from his seat and stared coldly at the leader, Long Chen. A powerful aura pressed towards Long Chen. He said coldly, "It seems that you have some tricks up your sleeves. You actually plotted against my Bai family in the demon hunting competition. Your temperament and strategy are not bad. But just based on this, you want to stand in front of us today? You're really courting death." Seeing the two most outstanding juniors of the Bai clan injured to such an extent, the Bai clan's clan head's heart twitched in pain. Bai Shiji spat out black blood. It was clear that his internal organs had been seriously injured. Even if he could be saved, he would need more than a year to recuperate. At that time, his cultivation might have already regressed. As for Bai Shichen, his face was the color of pig liver. At this moment, he was still clutching his crotch and twitching in pain. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Bai Shichen was probably the same as Bai Shixuan. To the Bai family, this was such a terrifying and infuriating word. It was fine if it was Long Chen once. They could endure it until today before erupting, but now it happened again. Seeing the miserable state of the Bai family's younger generation, the Bai family members were all enraged. At this time, a middle-aged man from the Bai family who was closest to Long Chen suddenly attacked Long Chen. This person was probably one of Bai Zhanxiong's younger brothers. Long Chen did not know his identity, but when he saw that he was actually charging straight at him and using the Nether Paradise finger, the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. At this moment, the Bai family's sneak attack caused the Yang family to cry out in alarm. The Yang family's patriarch and the others knew of Long Chen's capabilities, so they all wanted to risk their lives to save him. Especially Yang Xueqing, who had experienced a major change in her personality after today's ups and downs. The Bai Zhanxiong she had originally thought highly of had turned into a devil, and the juniors she had praised, Bai Shichen and Bai Shiji, had turned into stray dogs. As for Long Chen's position in her heart, it was rising steadily. At this moment, Yang Yuntian, who was in the crowd, finally shifted his gaze away from his unharmed daughter. Today, his daughter actually dared to be so bold, and he was very proud in his heart. However, when he looked at Long Chen, his expression changed. The matter of Long Chen killing his son and tonight's matter were two different things. To the middle-aged Yang Yuntian, the feeling of his own flesh and blood dying was a heart-wrenching pain. Seeing that someone from their family had already made a move, and that the timing was so good, everyone from the Bai family laughed. They knew how much power Long Chen had. To be able to make the younger generation of the Bai family like this, they didn't know what kind of shameful methods he had used. However, they didn't expect that their methods today were truly shameful. Long Chen and the others were worried that they would be stopped by the Bai family before they could enter the hall, so they sneaked in from the wall. At this moment, the people who were attending the wedding banquet outside did not know that such a wonderful thing had happened in the hall not far away. Be careful. Seeing that it was too late, the people of the Yang family could only warn him worriedly. However, to Long Chen, his willpower was firm enough. This nether paradise finger was used about the same as Bai Shiji, but Long Chen only sneered. He lifted Bai Shichen and Bai Shiji up and leisurely placed them in front of him. At the same time, his other hand drooped down. Immediately, a faint red energy rapidly rotated and strengthened between his palms. Seeing that it was Bai Shichen and Bai Shiji in front of him, the Bai family member who used the nether paradise finger immediately turned pale with fright. He hurriedly pulled down the nether paradise finger, but at this time, the Bai family member warned him sternly, Zhanyan. Be careful. Bai Zhanyan was in a daze, but at this moment, Bai Shichen and Bai Shiji's bodies were put down. Long Chen's smiling face was revealed, and Bai Zhanyan suddenly felt that this smile was very strange. In the next moment, a faint red image of a divine dragon suddenly shook his chest and abdomen. Bai Zhanyan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. He was directly thrown more than 10 meters away and slammed into the wall. When he fell down with a loud bang, his body was no longer breathing. Bai Zhanyan, dead. Azure Dragon Seal? This name suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. Everyone knew when Long Chen had obtained the Dragon Seal. At this moment, he was actually able to use it with one hand. What kind of control did that require? Even in the current Yang family, there were only 3 people who could use the Azure Dragon Seal with one hand so casually. Among them, the one who was the most surprised was Yang Xueqing. She stared blankly at the high-spirited youth and saw the strong confidence in his eyes. In front of so many experts of the Bai family, he seemed to be able to withstand all the pressure by himself. How similar was this to Long Qinglan, who was also boundlessly glorious in the past? You and your son are actually my nemesis? Thinking of Long Qinglan, she was no longer surprised that Long Chen could use the Azure Dragon Seal with one hand and completely kill a 7th-layer Dragon Vein Realm expert of the Bai family. To her, no matter whether it was Long Qinglan or Long Chen, when they displayed their excellence, basically no one among their peers could overshadow their brilliance. It was just like how Bai Zhanxiong suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Long Qinglan. The Yang family was shocked by the Azure Dragon Seal, while the Bai family was shocked to see Bai Zhanyan suddenly die like this. At the same time, monstrous anger rose in their hearts. Especially the head of the Bai family, Bai Zhanyan was his most beloved youngest son, who was also someone who could almost advance to the 8th layer of the Dragon Vein Realm. He did not expect him to die just like this. The situation immediately became tense. Several experts of the Bai family who were above the 8th layer of the Dragon Vein Realm unleashed their powerful auras one after another. An unprecedented overwhelming pressure came towards Long Chen, but Long Chen was not flustered at all. He grabbed Bai Shiji's neck with his hand. If you want to see the little genius of the Bai family die, Bai Zhanxiong, if you want to see your son die in my hands, you can try again. I guarantee that in less than a breath's time, none of these 4 people will be left alive. Although you can annihilate my Yang family, these 4 juniors will have to accompany us in death. I'm curious, without them, will the Bai family have a next generation? Chapter 38. As soon as Long Chen said those words, his fingers had already completely grabbed Bai Shiji's neck, and he had even used all his strength. Bai Shiji was already seriously injured to begin with, and at this moment, he could not breathe properly. His eyes immediately widened, and when he vaguely saw Long Chen, he immediately trembled in fear, and actually spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face was filled with shock, and his entire body was trembling. Seeing Bai Shiji's appearance, as well as Long Chen's cold gaze, the Bai family members were also scared to the point of trembling, and temporarily stopped their hands. Seeing his own son in such a miserable state, Bai Zhanxiong's eyes almost spat out fire. He stared straight at Long Chen and said, "Stop right now. If Bai Shiji is gone, your entire Yang family will die a miserable death. You will also die a miserable death. I will definitely torture you to death. Seeing Bai Zhanxiong's fiery gaze, Long Chen was not afraid at all, and the strength in his hand did not decrease in the slightest. It's just death either way, I'm not afraid of you. At most, I'll just cripple myself, what can you do to me? However, your son Bai Shiji's injuries really can't be delayed any longer. If this drags on, in less than an hour, he might die. Long Chen said it in a very indifferent tone, but seeing Bai Shiji's current miserable state, the Bai family immediately became extremely nervous. At this moment, the Bai family's two great hopes were in Long Chen's hands, and even the Bai family's patriarch could not help but be cautious. Long Chen was right. If these 4 people died, even if they could get rid of the Yang family, the Bai family would not have a next generation. In the next generation, other than them, the strongest was only at the 4th level of the Dragon Vein realm, and would not be able to take over Bai Zhanxiong and the others. At this moment, seeing that the Bai family was finally scared, Long Chen laughed coldly, dragged Bai Shiji and Bai Zhanxiong's bodies, and walked towards the Yang family's ancestor. Bai Zhanxiong stood in front of them. Long Chen raised his head and looked at him coldly. Get out of the way. Of course, Bai Zhanxiong couldn't let them. Seeing Long Chen kidnap Bai Shiji and Bai Shichen, he also wanted to learn from him and turn around to kidnap the Yang family. However, when he turned around, the Yang family knew what he was thinking. Although the Yang family members would be killed if they used their true energy, they would at least be able to complete one attack. Laughing heartily, the patriarch looked at Long Chen with admiration. Well done, boy, he said. However, we will not become your burden. If the Bai clan dares to touch us, this old man will let them have a taste of the profound dragon seal of the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm. I want to see how many people in the Bai clan can stop them. At this time, the Yang family's ancestor finally woke up from his dream of brotherhood. He looked fiercely at the patriarch of the Bai clan and said, Bai Sheng, I, Yang Zhanxiong, am naturally useless. I only learned the word ruthlessness today, and it's all because of you. You want to get rid of our Yang family, but let me tell you, it's impossible without paying a price. Bai Zhanxiong could not kidnap the Yang family, and Bai Shiji and the others were still in Long Chen's hands, so he did not know whether to advance or retreat. It was very embarrassing. When he saw that Long Chen's hand had already squeezed a deep mark on Bai Shiji's neck, and that Bai Shiji was already foaming at the mouth, he stared at Long Chen with eyes full of killing intent, and moved out of the way. Only then did Long Chen and the Bai clan meet up. At this time, the Bai clan finally gathered together. The patriarch of the Bai clan stood at the forefront, and the other experts, including the eldest brother of the Bai clan, Bai Zhanlong, were also staring at Long Chen. Bai Shichen was Bai Zhanlong's son, and he had always been Bai Zhanlong's pride. However, when he saw his son in such a miserable state and didn't know if he could be cured, his desire to kill Long Chen wasn't any weaker than Bai Zhanxiong's. The Bai and Yang families began to confront each other, and Long Chen was holding the 2 heroes of the Bai clan hostage, standing at the forefront. Seeing that the most insignificant person in the Yang family had become the backbone of the Yang family, the Yang family suddenly felt like they were dreaming. Yang Xueqing was also so excited that she could not say a word. She stared blankly at Long Chen's back. Although she wanted to apologize immediately and beg for his forgiveness, she could not do so now. However, at this time, Long Chen turned his head and glanced at her. Long Chen did indeed hate Yang Xueqing in his heart. Everything he did was just to prove himself. At this moment, Bai Shiji had already been defeated by him, and Bai Zhanxiong had also been forced into a sorry state by him. All of this, Long Chen had seen most of it for this woman. When he turned his head, he was prepared to show off and let Yang Xueqing completely understand who was the real trash. When he saw Yang Xueqing's teary eyes, Long Chen was startled. He retracted his arrogant gaze and turned his head woodenly. He suddenly felt that this woman was so fragile at this moment. Although Long Chen had always wanted to portray himself as a person with a heart of stone, at this moment, he realized that his heart actually ached for her. It was as if with this woman looking at him from behind, he could ignite endless fighting spirit, so his bone-chilling gaze once again met the Bai family member's eyes. At this moment, Yang Yuntian, who was next to Yang Xueqing, also looked at Long Chen in a daze. The conflict between the murder of his son and the fact that Long Chen had saved the Yang family, these two contradictions were constantly fighting in his heart. The Yang family's patriarch stood next to Long Chen, looked at the Bai family's patriarch and said, "Bai Sheng, you are also a smart person. Your Bai family could have easily destroyed my Yang family today, but your younger generation did not live up to expectations. Now that the situation has come to this, you can no longer take care of my Yang family, unless you are willing to ignore the Bai family's future and watch these juniors die with your own eyes. I don't want to say more. Give us the antidote, and we will let the four of them go. As for our grudges, our roots are in Baiyang town. If you want to fight, there will be plenty of time. I, Yang Tsangxiong, will risk my life to accompany you." Although the Yang family members had been poisoned by the nightmare flower, they still had the power to kill. If Yang Tsangxiong used the Taishian dragon seal on the other disciples of the Bai family, there would probably be many casualties. Moreover, there were still 4 important juniors in the hands of the opponent. If the Bai family really chose to fight to the death at this time, it was estimated that even if the Yang family was destroyed, the Bai family would not be left with many people. Although the Bai family members were extremely unwilling, this matter was already a foregone conclusion. Even if they were unwilling, they had to accept it. At this moment, Long Chen also said coldly, "If you still have a brain, be tactful and give us the antidote. The Yang family can wait, but it seems that Bai Shiji can't. Let me see. At this rate, I think he will not last more than 15 minutes. Bai Shiji's life was hanging by a thread. If they did not save him now, he would not be able to save him in a while." Although Bai Zhanxiong was the most unwilling in his heart, especially when Long Chen's performance reminded him of the past, he was even more unwilling. However, he could see that his son did not have long to live, so he said with a panicked expression, "Father, today we have already failed." The Bai family head looked coldly at the Yang family ancestor. His heart was also filled with unwillingness. After planning for so long, today it had all been ruined by the hands of a nameless brat like Long Chen. How could he be willing? Bai Zhanxiong also knew that today's accident was completely because of Long Chen, and he was filled with regret. "Back then, I sent people to assassinate him because I felt that this brat's existence was troublesome, and might affect Yang Xueqing's feelings for me. However, I did not expect that in the end, it would be ruined by him." He moved closer to the Bai family head's ear and said, "Father, when this matter is over, second uncle will be free. At that time, he can ask his friends from the Scarlet Blood sect to help, and the Yang family will be destroyed. Today's failure, even if we endure for 10 days, can't we still win it back? But we won't be able to win back Jinxing's life." The conversation between Bai Zhanxiong and the Bai family head was repeated by Lingxi to Long Chen. Long Chen furrowed his brows. He didn't know what Bai Zhanxiong's words meant. However, he knew that even if the Yang family managed to escape today, they wouldn't have a good time in the future. The Scarlet Blood sect that Bai Zhanxiong mentioned was a terrifying force. The Bai family head was shaken. He also understood that today was a complete failure, so he waved his hand and said to the Yang family ancestor in a low voice, "I can give you the antidote, but you'd better not do anything to me. As long as one of my 4 grandsons has an accident, today's ending will be endless." The Yang family was the victim today, but they were completely unharmed. The ending they wanted was to leave this place safely. As for the future battles, they would naturally have to wait until they returned and the Yang family recovered. The Yang family ancestor did not want to cause any more trouble at this time, so he said, "Give me the antidote, I promise they will be fine." The Bai family head took out a bottle from his sleeve. This was the antidote for the nightmare flower. It was made from the root of the nightmare flower. The Bai family members had not been poisoned today, they had all taken the antidote. The nightmare flower was also a kind of elixir. As long as the root and petals were taken together, it would have a certain effect on increasing one's cultivation. How about this, you give us the antidote first, I'll release 2 first, and when we recover, we'll release 2 more. The Yang family ancestor said lightly. Regarding the Yang family ancestor's cautiousness, the Bai family head snorted disdainfully. He directly threw the antidote to the Yang family ancestor's hand and sneered, Yang Tsangqiong, you've been such a coward for the past few decades. I've already lost today, but I don't want to play with you anymore. However, you must be careful from now on. Once you leave the Bai family's door, our 2 families will be like fire and water. The Yang family ancestor ordered Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue to release Bai Shidong and Bai Zhixing. The 2 immediately cried and ran towards their father. The Yang family ancestor opened the bottle and smelled it himself, confirming that it was the smell of the nightmare flower's root. Father, let me try first. Yang Xueqing suddenly said. The Bai family is full of tricks, we can't trust them easily. You are the strongest person on our side, if you fall into their trap, we will all be finished. The Yang family ancestor smiled and said, Don't worry, Qinger, father has let you down today. I've embarrassed you. As he said that, he directly took out some powder and then passed the bottle to Yang Qingxian. He sat down and adjusted his breathing. In less than a quarter of an hour, his vigorous aura burst out again. A pair of eagle eyes suddenly opened. Long Chen looked at him and felt his heart palpitate. The antidote is real, quickly take it. With the Yang family ancestor's confirmation, the rest of the Yang family quickly took the antidote and recovered their strength in half a quarter of an hour. Now, the overall strength of the Yang family was slowly equal to the other side. The Yang family ancestor signaled to Long Chen and said, Return it to them, there will be a chance to catch them later. From the moment you came in today, I knew that you were much more outstanding than them. The reason why Long Chen wanted to kill Bai Shiji before was to prove it to Yang Xueqing. Now that he had discovered such a big accident, there was no need to prove anything. As for Bai Shiji, he was no match for him at all, not now, and definitely not in the future. Therefore, Long Chen was not interested in his life or death. With a casual throw, the 2 figures flew towards the Bai family. The Bai family immediately caught them. When they saw that the 2 geniuses of the Bai family were in such a miserable state, the Bai family looked at Long Chen as if they were looking at a dead man. Bai Zhanxiong carried his dying son to the person behind him and looked at Long Chen with eyes filled with killing intent. He said, You definitely won't be able to live for more than 10 days. Enjoy your last days. I thought you wouldn't be able to live past today. Long Chen said indifferently. Chapter 39. Today's show was truly over. The Yang clan, which was supposed to be destroyed, had been saved by Long Chen's appearance. Not only had he destroyed 2 of the Bai clan's hopes, but he had also allowed the Yang clan to leave the Bai clan unscathed. At this moment, the Yang clan members looked at Long Chen in a completely different light. There was admiration, gratitude, and even fear in their eyes. The Yang clan's patriarch had been plotted against by his own brother, nearly destroying his own clan. Therefore, he did not say another word to the Bai clan leader. With a gloomy expression, he led the Yang clan members out of the Bai clan. Among them, Yang Xueqing was still wearing a bright red dress. As they walked out of the main gate, Long Chen walked to the side, with Yang Xueqing and Yang Yintian in front. Long Chen's attention was completely focused on Yang Xueqing, and he had neglected the struggling Yang Yintian. In his mind, on one hand, Long Chen had saved the entire Yang clan, and on the other hand, there were bits and pieces of his son's life. He had witnessed his son's growth, and had witnessed his son's every joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Half of his life was filled with memories of Yang Zhan, and Yang Zhan had died because of Long Chen. Zhan, when can I avenge you? He can even kill a 7th-layer dragon Vein Realm expert. I promised father that I wouldn't touch him before the demon hunting competition, but now that the demon hunting competition has passed, after tonight, I will no longer be his opponent, and I will never be able to kill him to avenge you. Jean, what do you think I should do? Do you hate him? Yes, I hate him too, but today, he saved the Yang clan. It was only 20 steps away from the main gate that Long Chen had destroyed. During this period of time, no one could see the struggle in Yang Yintian's heart. Everyone was immersed in the joy of surviving. Even Long Chen had forgotten that Yang Yintian was his greatest enemy. Yang Yintian thought back to everything that had happened to his son, and the hatred in his heart grew. When he thought about how he would never have a chance to deal with Long Chen after tonight, his face went pale. Gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with madness. He was only 2 steps away from Long Chen. At this time, he suddenly turned around and blasted a meteor fist at Long Chen. At such a close distance, all Long Chen could do was stretch out his arms to block. But even so, the punch that was completely out of his expectations still shook his blood and qi, and directly sent him flying out of the Yang family's territory, directly to the Bai family's side. This was such a huge incident that everyone was startled. Immediately after, the people of the Bai clan started laughing crazily while the people of the Yang clan looked at Yang Yintian in anger. Second brother, you're crazy. Yang Xueqing was shocked, but at this time, no one cared about punishing Yang Yintian. The Yang family patriarch, Yang Qingxian, and Yang Xueqing immediately burst out with speed and chased after Long Chen. Although Yang Yintian's attack was blocked by his arms, Long Chen was still injured. Because of this injury, he could not control his body and flew backward. In mid-air, he thought about the place where he would land, where a group of people of the Bai clan would be. Long Chen was a big fish that had delivered itself to their doorstep. The people of the Bai clan hated Long Chen to the core, especially Bai Zhanxiong and Bai Zhanlong, who could not wait to skin Long Chen alive. At this time, they could easily kill Long Chen, so how could they let go of this opportunity? Long Chen was also greatly alarmed. The 3 experts of the Yang family had chased after him, but they were clearly a bit too slow. At this time, Long Chen suddenly turned around and saw Bai Zhanxiong, who was closest to him, with an excited sneer on his face. On his finger, a black energy suddenly spun. From the looks of it, his aura was 10 times stronger than when Bai Shiji used the Nether Paradise finger. Long Chen was shocked. The anxious warnings of Yang Xueqing and the others behind him had already been transmitted over. Long Chen had just dispelled the power of the meteor fist in midair and immediately formed a dragon seal. And this time, what shocked everyone even more was that Long Chen's meteor chain was even more abnormal than before. He was actually forming seals with both his hands, and he was completing 2 azure dragon seals with both hands. Yang Xueqing, who had originally seen Bai Zhanxiong use the Nether Paradise finger, had a deathly pale face. She had almost given up all hope, but at this moment, the enormous aura of the double azure dragon seal suddenly appeared in Long Chen's hands. The enormous aura caused the 3 people of the Yang family to tremble. 2 hands dragon seal. How is this possible? Even I can't control this kind of azure dragon seal so accurately. The Yang family patriarch's heart was filled with shock, because this was simply too unbelievable. Back then, he had obtained this dragon seal from a mysterious place and had used it for so many years. He had never thought that the azure dragon seal could be used like this. However, Long Chen knew that all this was due to the mysterious dragon jade. It was because of it that Long Chen could learn the azure dragon seal so quickly and bring forth new ideas to achieve perfect control. Even in midair, his speed was still very fast. When Bai Zhanxiong stabbed out with the demonic finger, a cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He suddenly pushed out both hands, and a vast power suddenly appeared. The pale red chi suddenly turned into the image of a divine dragon, and this time, it was completely 2 divine dragons intertwined. When it collided with Bai Zhanxiong's Nether Insight finger, an expert at level 8 dragon vein stage, a powerful force exploded out. Because Long Chen was in midair, he was immediately sent flying by the chi and directly hit the wall on the side. The high wall actually collapsed from the impact, causing dust to fill the sky. At this time, Bai Zhanxiong had already rushed out and quickly caught up with Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen was not injured, but Bai Zhanxiong had already caught up with him. Bai Zhanxiong was much stronger than him, but Long Chen was also not a person who would easily admit defeat. On the other side, the Yang family's 3 people had just arrived. The Yang family patriarch held down Yang Qingxian and immediately went out. Yang Xueqing, because she was worried about Long Chen, went out faster than the Yang family patriarch. The Yang family patriarch could not stop her, so he could only rush out. On the other side, the Bai family patriarch took Bai Zhanfeng out of the hall through the collapsed wall and immediately blocked in front of the Yang family patriarch and Yang Xueqing. Obviously, they wanted to deal with one person at a time. Yang Qingxian was left here to protect the other Yang family members, and the Bai family still had Bai Zhanlong, who was at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm. The 3 parties had already started fighting outside. Yang Qingxian was anxious, but with Bai Zhanlong restraining him, he had no way to save Long Chen. In the end, the Yang family still lacked an 8th level Dragon Vein realm expert, which was why Long Chen was directly facing Bai Zhanxiong. With the others, Yang Qingxian looked coldly at Bai Zhanlong and moved out of the hall. Bai Zhanlong also led the experts of the Bai family to keep Yang Qingxian in check. As long as Yang Qingxian did not interfere in the battle between Long Chen and Bai Zhanxiong, it was enough. This time, the Bai family's target was only Long Chen. Today, Long Chen's performance was too heaven-defying, too arrogant and despotic. The Bai family knew how fast Long Chen's strength had increased recently, and how terrifying his talent was. If Long Chen did not die, in another 2 or 3 years, the Bai family would be the ones to die. Therefore, for them, Long Chen was a greater threat. This kind of genius from the opponent's camp must be strangled in the cradle, so that they could live in peace. The Bai family members had a tacit understanding. The Bai family patriarch stopped the Yang family patriarch, Bai Zhanfeng stopped Yang Xueqing, and Bai Zhanlong restrained Yang Qingxian. All of this was to give Bai Zhanxiong enough time to kill Long Chen. At this time, the Yang family and the Bai family had moved outside. In this high-level battle, people like Yang Lingqing and the others could not intervene, and could only watch anxiously. The Bai family and the Yang family made such a big noise at the wedding banquet. At this time, as long as the guests were not drunk, they rushed over. Seeing such a scene, they suddenly showed a look of disbelief and began to talk loudly. What's going on? Aren't the Bai family and the Yang family relatives? Why do they look like mortal enemies? The Bai family patriarch is fighting against the Yang family patriarch. That's Yang Xueqing and Bai Zhanfeng. That's Bai Zhanxiong. Who is his opponent? Isn't that the son of Yang Sanyang, who has been in the limelight recently? He dares to fight against Bai Zhanxiong? How is this possible? God, what's wrong with this world? Look, the Bai family patriarch and Bai Zhanfeng seem to be restraining their opponents. It seems that the Bai family really wants to kill him, but why? I heard that Bai Zhanxiong's son was castrated by him. Is this true? Because of this, the 2 families started a war. In such a situation, this boy will die without a doubt. In the Yang family's camp, everyone looked at the battlefield nervously and then angrily at Yang Yintian. Today's situation was caused by Yang Yintian alone. At this time, even Yang Yintian's daughter, Yang Lingqing, looked at her father in disbelief and said, "Father, I know he killed my brother, but he didn't mean it. Moreover, he saved the entire Yang family today. How can you do this?" Facing his daughter's questioning and the angry eyes of his clansmen, Yang Yintian was too ashamed to show his face. He could only turn his face away, not daring to meet their eyes. At this time, almost everyone let out a cry of surprise. Yang Yintian turned his head and was immediately shocked. Taishian Dragon Seal? How is this possible? This boy is only at level 6 of the Dragon Vein realm. How can he use the Taishian Dragon Seal? What? Even the Yang family patriarch and Yang Xueqing, who were anxiously fighting against the Bai family patriarch and Bai Zhanfeng, looked at Long Chen with extreme shock. At level 6 of the Dragon Vein realm, he could use the Taishian Dragon Seal that could only be learned at level 8 of the Dragon Vein realm. This Long Chen is really heaven-defying. Seeing the Taishian Dragon Seal, everyone in the Bai family knew that if they did not kill Long Chen tonight, the whole Bai family would probably be wiped out by him in the future. Such a heaven-defying monster, if I were a member of the Bai family, I would also swear to kill him with my life. But haven't the Bai and Yang families always been on good terms? Is it because of the management rights? That's most likely the case. When Long Chen used the Taishian Dragon Seal, Bai Zhanxiong's eyes were filled with madness. The talent of the young man in front of him was so strong that he was jealous and even afraid. It was as if he saw Long Qinglan in the past. Bai Zhanxiong's heart was filled with frustration, but at the same time, it also increased his crazy killing intent. Boy, you must die. Netherworld Heavenly Finger. Yellow Springs. 9 Revolutions. Chapter 40. Yang Xueqing, your opponent is me. Bai Zhanfeng's roar immediately woke Yang Xueqing up. Although she was fighting with Bai Zhanfeng, her mind was on Long Chen. Today, Long Chen had shocked her too much, and the conspiracy of the Bai family had made her completely give up on the Bai family, gradually melting her frozen heart towards Long Chen. At this time, this young man had occupied an important position in her heart. When Bai Zhanxiong used his strongest move, 9 Turns of the Netherworld, on Long Chen, Yang Xueqing's face suddenly changed. Even Yang Xueqing might not be able to withstand Bai Zhanxiong's move, let alone Long Chen, who was only at level 6 of the Dragon Vein realm. Yang Xueqing was extremely anxious, but Bai Zhanfeng was like a fly that could not be driven away. He kept blocking in front of Yang Xueqing. Because Yang Xueqing had been paying attention to Long Chen's situation, she almost fell for Bai Zhanfeng's move several times. One should know that the 3 Bai family martial artists at level 8 of the Dragon Vein realm were not much weaker. Bai Zhanfeng was not any weaker than Bai Zhanxiong. If Yang Xueqing did not use her full strength, she might be injured or even killed by him. Seeing that Bai Zhanxiong was shameless enough to use 9 Turns of the Netherworld to deal with Long Chen, Yang Xueqing's eyes were filled with anxiety. At this time, Master of the Bai family stood in front of him and laughed. Yang Tsangxiong, you're really unlucky. Originally, you were lucky enough to have such a great genius among the younger generation, but he was killed by your own family and sent to the Bai family. My Xiong is a level 8 Dragon Vein realm martial artist. It's his luck. Bullshit. The Yang family's old ancestor fought with Master of the Bai family angrily. But similarly, in front of Master of the Bai family, he could not save Long Chen at all. Yang Qingxian was also restrained by Bai Zhanlong. However, Long Chen's mysterious dragon seal had already been formed. Seeing this stable and powerful attack, everyone couldn't help but praise Long Chen again and again. With his age and power, it was impossible for others to use the mysterious dragon seal in its entirety. The 9 divine dragon shadows suddenly rotated into a powerful qi strength, whistling and colliding with Bai Zhanxiong's 9 Turns of the Netherworld. Bai Zhanxiong's 9 Turns of the Netherworld was many times more powerful than Bai Shiqin's. Last time, the Taishian dragon seal easily broke the 9 Turns of the Netherworld, but this time, the situation was completely reversed. Bai Zhanxiong's genuine qi was dozens of times more powerful than Long Chen's. Even if he used combat skills, the foundation was genuine qi. In terms of genuine qi, Long Chen was far inferior to Bai Zhanxiong. Even if he used the Taishian dragon seal well, he was still losing. The surging power gradually annihilated Long Chen's Taishian dragon seal, and the aftermath crashed into Long Chen's body. Long Chen suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning, as if he had been hit by a mountain. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell like a kite with a broken string. Chen. Exclamations suddenly rang out. The Yang family's old ancestor and Yang Xueqing's faces turned livid. They attacked their opponents without any regard for their lives, creating a momentum that was even stronger than the battle between Long Chen and Bai Zhanxiong. And Yang Qingxian, who originally wanted to rescue Long Chen, had already been stopped by Bai Zhanlong. Another 2 experts at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein stage had started fighting. Towards the 2 overlords of Baiyang town, the other forces could only look at each other in dismay. Their strongest family only had 1 expert at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein stage, so how could they participate in the battle at the pinnacle of Baiyang town? Chen. This cry of alarm caused Long Chen to wake up a little. He could tell that this was Yang Xueqing's voice. Ever since he was young, he had never heard Yang Xueqing speak in such a caring tone. Even though his bones felt like they had fallen apart and his internal organs were injured, although his injuries were not as serious as Bai Shiji's, it was still very difficult for him to climb up. But when he heard those 2 words, Long Chen felt his body explode with endless power. He let out a low roar and began to climb up from the ground. Even though it was very difficult, even though it affected his injuries and caused his entire body to twitch in pain, he insisted in his heart that in front of so many people, when she showed concern for him for the first time, he should climb up like a man. When he finally stood up under everyone's surprised gazes, his legs were still swaying. Although Long Chen's vision was blurry, he could still see the woman who was looking at him with a face full of anxiety and heartbreak. She was already in danger under Bai Zhanfeng's attack, but her eyes were still looking at him. Seeing this scene, Long Chen immediately felt incomparably proud. He knew that he had finally obtained this woman's recognition through his own efforts. He had won a round for himself and his father. In the past, in Yang Xueqing's heart, Bai Zhanxiong and his sons were outstanding, while Long Chen and Long Qinglan were unbearable. But today, when he saw Yang Xueqing's pained eyes, he knew that he had already won. Right now, in Yang Xueqing's heart, Bai Zhanxiong and his sons were trash, while he, Long Chen, was a heaven-defying peerless genius. Dad, why am I in such a good mood now? Is it just because I've vented my anger? Looking at the woman who was desperately trying to break through the obstruction to save him, Long Chen suddenly realized that his eyes were a little moist. At this time, Lingxi's anxious voice sounded, "Bastard, you're already injured, are you still not willing to let me help?" To deal with an expert like Bai Zhanxiong, Lingxi could indeed save him, but after that, she would probably die. Long Chen would never allow such a thing to happen, so he said coldly, "Lingxi, you'd better not meddle in other people's business. Don't make me hate you." Long Chen's ruthless words even hurt Lingxi's heart. But in fact, in Long Chen's heart, it was for her own good. She originally wanted to help him out of kindness, but when Long Chen said such words, Lingxi suddenly felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. She had already cursed Long Chen thousands of times in her heart. At this time, Bai Zhanxiong was already standing in front of Long Chen. He looked at Yang Xueqing, who was fighting for her life, and then looked at Long Chen. He sneered, "The relationship between you and your son is really touching. But I wonder what kind of expression he would have if I let him watch you die in my hands." Looking at the situation today, Long Chen could roughly guess that his doomsday had arrived. He could still deal with Bai Shichen, but Bai Zhanxiong was more than 20 years older than him. There was no way Long Chen could make up for such a huge gap. Seeing Yang Xueqing fight so hard for him, Long Chen was actually very satisfied. On the Yang family's side, Yang Yintian was already blaming himself. The other members of the Yang family were all looking at him with worried and admiring eyes. He had gone from being an abandoned hedonistic son of a rich family to where he was today. It could be said that he had done a good job. And the biggest regret in this life was Long Qinglan. He had yet to solve the mystery of Long Qinglan and Long Yu. When he thought of Lingxi again, Long Chen could only hope that she would find someone who would help her find the medicine to nourish her spirit after his death. Looking at Bai Zhanxiong coldly, Long Chen did not have the slightest intention of dying. He was neither servile nor overbearing as he said, "You can defeat me, so there is nothing to be proud of. I have already won today. Not only did I win against your useless son, but I also won against you. I know that you were defeated by my father, and you were defeated by me today. What is there to be proud of? Speaking of Long Qinglan, Bai Zhanxiong's eyes suddenly became ferocious. He sneered and said, "Are you saying that I lost to that useless thing? It seems that you still don't know how that useless thing died." Bai Zhanxiong's words caused Long Chen's pupils to shrink. Although he was no longer clear-headed, his eyes seemed to have turned into sharp blades that pierced towards Bai Zhanxiong. Bai Zhanxiong laughed wildly and said in a low voice, "I heard that some useless things are addicted to alcohol, so they got someone to put something in him, and then he could marry his wife." Bai Zhanxiong's words immediately struck Long Chen like a bolt out of the blue. Regarding this aspect, Long Chen had never thought about it because Long Qinglan was a very clear person. Before his death, he did not mention why he suddenly died, so Long Chen naturally forgot about it. He only felt that his father's identity was strange, and even his death seemed special. Long Qinglan's face before his death was black, which was clearly a sign that he had been poisoned. Only an idiot like him did not notice it. Now that he recalled the series of events, Long Chen suddenly realized that Long Qinglan's death was actually Bai Zhanxiong's doing. No wonder Bai Zhanxiong appeared at the Yang family and started planning the marriage as soon as Long Qinglan died. Long Chen stared at Bai Zhanxiong's smug smile, and a crazy blood color began to surge into his eyes. As soon as it surged, the blood color did not subside. At this moment, Long Chen's black pupils had completely turned blood red. A desolate and bloody aura was gradually emitted from Long Chen's body. "Is that so? So it was you who caused my father to die early?" This truth made all the blood in Long Chen's body boil. He felt his heart twitch. The blood-red dragon shadows that had disappeared from various parts of his body began to appear because of his anger. At this moment, Long Chen's entire body had turned into a dragon's nest. Endless blood dragons crisscrossed in his body. Bai Zhanxiong was the first to feel that something was wrong with Long Chen. However, he thought that Long Chen was just angry. He enjoyed looking at Long Chen's hateful but helpless gaze. Actually, he should have died a long time ago. I was already very merciful when I let him die at that time. You should have died as well, but there was a small accident. I thought that you were a spoiled brat who could be killed with just a few people. I didn't expect you to be so tenacious and hold on until today. However, after today, you can reunite with your useless father. Obviously, I am such a merciful person." Looking at him, Long Chen did not speak. "Father, if you had told me earlier, I would have worked harder and not let this grandson live to this day. Although you don't care about your own life, I care about Bai Zhanxiong." Monstrous anger surged through Long Chen's body like a tidal wave. As he watched Bai Zhanxiong's maniacal smile, Long Chen's blood aura became heavier and heavier. It felt like his entire body was about to explode. At that moment, the mysterious dragon jade suddenly vibrated. The lower inheritance blood essence was actually attracted to it again. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.